Hello, everybody, and welcome to this matchup between a TD Cheers and our very own CB Rangers. How we feeling today, Kermit?
I am feeling pretty good. Honestly, I'm pretty excited to see another CB versus TD matchup. I won't lie.
So far, bands coming through here. We got Seraphine, Trundle, Zach for TD, all pretty powerful picks right now, and then very heavily jungle targeting looks like with the Vi, Jarvan, and then Silas. And with the Sejuani coming through, obviously that's a big reason for a Trundle ban, I would assume. And we see Wukong for Black Eyed Peas, Varus, and Sivir. With the Renata. So obviously there's a lot of engage here out of CB so far.
Yep.
With
that,
maybe a Protect the Varus so far with what we can see. With the Ornn answered back, a lot of disengage.
Probably gonna be, I guess, with two tanks now, probably be an Enchanter support, I would guess. With a control mages mid, I would assume. If you want to protect the Varus.
Right. We see the Gwen and the Olaf ban from TD. A little bit of respect for Krama. A little bit more disengage / engage band with the Zyra. Just off these first three picks, whose team comp do you like better so far, Kermit?
So far with my experience, I'm gonna say the Wukong pick because protecting the AD carry has not really worked for my team now. So I don't know about TD, but for now it is pretty hard. I feel like protecting one player is a bit hard with Renata. That's just gonna hit everybody. Varus is probably gonna take a lot of shots or gonna kill maybe someone. And Sivir and Wukong can easily get in from the backline.
Alright.
With this dash.
And there's the Enchanter that you were calling for, the Soraka. Yeah. It looks like it's going to be a Protect the Varus comp so far. Krama on the signature Mordekaiser. And then we got, Barak likes that Ahri. Very curious to see how they round out this comp for TD. I'm guessing it is just going to be like a standard Protect.
Yeah, protect the AD carry.
Varus. Yeah.
I would see pretty well a Victor here to protect the backline. Against Ahri, I feel like it's pretty good. Or Annie. Yeah, I guess so, but the stun could work.
So, lots of engage from either team here, but what I think is really important is that the disengage opportunity with TD.
Yes,
the overall sustain.
Yes, with Ornn and Sejuani, one of them can engage, the other one can disengage if needed. That's, for now, I'm gonna have to say that TD has a better comp, I think, with those last two picks. But we never know what can happen.
The thing I like in CB's direction, though, is they have the Mordekaiser, who can, ult Ornn out of his ult, so that, is a counter in one aspect. But then they still have the Sejuani to deal with, which isn't that much of a big deal. I suppose CB has a little bit of the dive with the Wukong to get on top of the Varus. It's just going to be whether or not they can follow up on it, I think, is the big contributing factor. But I do think that TD has the overall easier comp to pull off in this situation.
Yeah. Still feel like Mr. Krama in the top lane is going to pull it off against Ornn. From my experience playing Ornn onto Mordekaiser, I mean, Ornn can dodge the ult, can dodge the E and possibly the ult with his W, but he has to choose one, which is sometimes pretty hard to do. So honestly, I feel like early game is going to go for CB, but late game probably going to go for TD, if I'm being honest here.
Yeah, I could definitely see that being the case. A big contributing factor is whether the Ahri can get out of lane and roam with this Wukong, turn these ganks into a 3-on-1 or 4-on-2 situation in the bot lane.
Make sure that Varus does not get ahead early, or else it's gonna get dirty. It won't be fun for CB.
Yeah. All right, with picks and bans coming through in the custom chat, I think we're gonna set it to a quick break here. And we will see you guys on the Rift. Welcome back. We are here with game 1 against CB Rangers in TD Cheers. Sorry.
Yeah, TD cheers. Alright, now looks like none of the teams are going for an early invade, just gonna basic 5 points.
Off the bat, Kermit, do we see anything about runes?
In runes, we can.
Looks
From
all
what I'm
pretty
looking
standard.
at, feel like it's pretty standard, yeah. With the summoner spells as well, double TP mid, feel like that's what everybody's running right now. Ghost on Severe, that I never saw that.
Ghost on
And
both
Ghost,
ADCs, actually.
yeah, that's what I just saw. I never saw
Probably
a double Ghost.
looking
Probably for good.
looking for better spacing in team fights, it looks like.
Yep. I could understand on Mr. Toxic since he isn't going to be protect the carry kind of player. Like, he has to be able to space a lot, but on Sivir, yeah, I guess I could understand it as well. I just never saw it, so was not
We're going to see
expecting.
a blue or a bottom side start for both junglers here.
Yeah.
Could be looking to either both honestly could look for an early gank bot here. It's kind of the volatile lane it looks like in this scenario. Each team
Yeah.
looks like they might be looking to get their ADC ahead early. Wouldn't be surprised to see like a 3 camp or a 2 camp bot from either of these jungles, honestly. And it looks like it could be lining up to do so as Sejuani's on the Gromp and Wukong's on the Krugs.
Yep, and Krama was waiting a long time in that Tribush top lane, probably waiting for an Arn coming back from a possible Leash Red. I guess he was kind of disappointed to not find him there.
Like
Got
both
that
junglers are
seconds.
opting into 3 camps. Wukong will be spotted on a ward.
Yes.
Looking like Krama and Sakroza. I've been talking to both of them before this game, and they both were, kind of smack talking each other to me.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be fun. It might be a brawly kind of top lane scenario.
Yep. Probably not gonna be passive, that's for sure.
So coming into this, looking for, I really want to see some big mid lane roams out of both of these champions. Both champions, I feel like, can do that really well.
Yes.
Probably Annie looking more towards level 6, but I think either one could get involved early with the kind of lane states that we're looking at. Bot getting prio, getting that deep vision. Sejuani kind of hopping over the wall. Looks like we could see some action in the top lane.
Yeah, Wukong is a bit late on the Sejuani there. This is going to be a gank top for Krama. Is he gonna get away?
Really well
Probably.
placed E from Krama there. Gets a lot of damage off, but the Black Eyed Peas
Wukong's
could be looking for the
coming.
re-engage here.
Oh, working for the Sejuani behind with
Oh,
his
and the
W.
flash Q out of Krama.
And
This is a 2v1 scenario. Sakroza very smart to take
Yeah,
the
just
loss and get
leaves.
back to tower.
Yep. See, that's what I was talking about earlier with the little going in from Wukong with his W going behind the backline. I think that's what he's looking for this entire game to do on the Mr. ADC.
Right.
And for now, it is working.
So we do see flash out of the Wukong. That's going to make little earlier ganks a little bit tougher, but it's always pretty nice to see your jungler, willing to expend that for a lead in a lane.
Yep.
Black Eyed Peas looking for the regank. Sakroza is going to see that without a problem. Dropping the Teemo thumbs up.
Just gonna E away. Oh, little poke bot lane. Looks like TD's trying to get advantage on CB by denying XP.
Sejuani pinging out, looking for a gank. She's going to get spotted on a ward. We'll see how Barak should see this pretty fast.
Yeah.
Might be baiting for Wukong here.
Yeah. And Karma as always being aggressive in the top lane. Never mind, just gonna be reset for Mr. Wukong here. Sejuani clearing her blue. Oh, already a first roam for Renata and the support.
Right.
Probably looking to ward this Drake.
I'm really curious to see how these team fights are going to play out, because it looks like Red Side really wants that front to back, while with the Wukong you can front to back, but he ultimately excels on diving onto the back line with a knock-up.
Yeah.
Very highly contested dragon here. Genetics kind of caught out, has to flash. Sejuani looking for the stun on them, but CB's looking to get back onto the backline there. Lots of damage coming out from the backside. Toxic Koopa picking up a kill. And CB, all they can do is run. Maybe poke their way out. Looks like Peacemaker gets caught there with the Sejuani Q. Sejuani having so much impact in the early game, while Wukong kind of needs to scale up. And that might be the difference in this dragon fight here.
Yeah, so for now, huge win for TD since they're probably gonna get Drake looking at it. Maybe from a steal if they take too long. And Toxic only had to pop out Ghost when the other bot lane had to pop both Flash and the Ignite for Peacemaker, which is pretty bad.
The good news is they managed to slug it out long enough to drain those health bars, making the dragon kind of a no contest there.
And Chroma, as always, just dominating this top lane with his Mordekaiser.
Red really wants to get back on that dragon, it looks like.
Yeah,
they know the Wukong's on there. Brock doing his best to zone out the Annie.
And to be honest, it is a pretty good first Drake.
Brock getting a lot of damage chunked on this Annie, but she's only got one thing on her mind, is to get that stun cycled. Peacemaker taking a lot of damage going down. Brock is now the focus.
Yep.
And without flashing used last round, he's not going to be able to get away.
Yeah, and no TP for the lane. His lane is going to be pushed by Annie, so this is terrible for CB now. This is the early game that we did not want to see, unfortunately, for...
Dragon going away of TD.
Yep.
So, if you're CB here, Kermit, what do you want to see them do? I mean, the game's not out of control. It's still within, 1,000. But obviously, the early leads are not looking good. Annie being up 2-0 right now, and Varus being up 2-0 as well. I mean, what do you want to see from CB here to get them, back into the driving position of this game?
Either two options, I would say, are possible. Perma gank from Wukong, either bot lane or mid, to try to get them ahead, or to feed this top laner to make sure that he can 1v5. Because I'm pretty sure that everyone here has already seen a Mordekaiser 1v5 with a lot of HP and damage. So I feel like there's two options for them. Now, which one is the best?
Looks like we're going to get to see Soraka presence in the top lane. They got that ulti coming out from Ornn. Ult coming down from Mordekaiser. The shield could be enough, but he's biding his time. The flash comes down, and it looks like Krama's going to die.
Yep. That's unfortunate. Sakroza had flash, though. Krama, no TP, still a flash.
Excellent effort out of Krama, but it looks like this is going to be a Rift Herald setup for TD if they decide to pull the trigger. They have all the numbers up here. I don't see why they wouldn't go for it.
Looks like they won't. Soraka is resetting. Sejuani is going for probably do a full clear, looking at her jungle. Wukong, though, is in the best position right now to do it. But the top lane is not, and so is the mid lane. So will he do it? We don't know.
Yeah, there's no priority in mid or top right now, so it's kind of troll for Wukong to go for that. Peacemaker going down in the 2v1. Not what you need to see. Varus spacing, kiting, doing everything necessary to make that happen.
Looks like Soraka's staying, but yes, Severa's alone right now. She's not probably gonna reset yet. Wukong clearing wards.
Wukong looking for possible action in the mid lane, but Sejuani's close by. We could easily see a counter gank. Looks like she's gonna spot Black Eyed Peas on the ward. Barak rolling over. Just going to clear that, handshake that gold over to CB, and bide their time for the next play.
As we can see, Kurama does not want to get ganked again with those two wards stuck, but Sejuani is still coming.
Spotted.
Yep, she's going to clear those wards. Oh. Still has the river one.
feel like Krama may know he's a possible win con here and setting up excellent vision to make sure that there's no more
Yeah.
3v1s in the top lane.
Yep. Especially when he's low HP like he was, this was dangerous for him. Looks like CB is going for a freeze bot, which is the best option here, I think. Looking at the game states, bot lane not really with one item. We're only having the 1300 gold item. Yeah.
I mean, CB definitely does have a scaling option here in this team comp, but I mean, you're also going against the scaling Annie, Soraka, and of course those Ornn items going to be coming in later in the game.
Yeah.
Looks like some action in the bot lane. Black Eyed Peas with an excellent knock-up. Do they have the damage to follow this up? You need to hit what's in front of you right now, CB, or you're going to lose this fight. And it looks like that's exactly what's happening. Maybe a little bit of discommunication in the target selection. Annie flashing over the wall, looking for that stun. She finds it. Peacemaker gonna fall next under the tower. It doesn't look good.
Oh, this is so bad for CB right now. Annie had the perfect window to flash ult. That was just perfect from TD here. Unfortunately, CB is in a bad spot in this first game. 11 minutes, 9-1. Only 3k gold different, but it's on the players that you want them to have.
Yeah,
so
that's exactly the problem. I mean, we have a almost 2 gold differential in the ADC, or 2k gold differential in the ADC, almost 1k differential in the mid lane, and then jungle gold's within 500. Top lane Krama is the only player on CB with a gold advantage right now.
Yep.
And that's kind of tough when your whole champion identity is to not be a part of team fights and take the 1v1, because
Yeah.
it kind of negates what he wants to do.
Yeah, you just want to take that one player out and then let your team do the rest while you tank the rest. But I mean, he's probably going to be able to take one player out, but then will he be able to take the rest of the team out? We don't know.
I mean, CB's setting up this vision on the dragon, but I don't know if that's even something they want to even think about, going for right now, unless they get a pick or two. It's really hard when you're down this amount of gold into a team that is executing their team comp phenomenally right now.
Yeah, Black IP is going to have to run away from this rift. Although they might want to take a pick with Krama here.
I'm surprised they're surrendering this with the Annie being able to first rotate, but it looks like they're going to try to answer back with the Dragon. Krama doing a Lord's work back here, getting Sejuani off that Herald. Black Eyed Peas should be easily able to pick up this kill, and that's a little bit of momentum that CB needs to get back into this game.
So this is
not that we're quite there yet.
Yep. Trade from Rift for Drake. 2 Drakes now for TD.
I'm really curious at the Annie's decision to go Dragon instead of Herald, because you make it a 3v3 and you are ahead. I think if Annie goes for that play,
probably
it's whole different. Because your bot lane's so far ahead, there's really no contest on the Dragon. I'm curious about that call.
Yep. Crow's in a bad position right now.
It's an Ornn. I don't know if they really want to dive this right now. You got Sejuani coming. There's the knock-up. Bramble proc onto Krama. Ult coming down. Sejuani ready to lock it up. Krama does not have the ult to make it a 1v1.
One of them is going to have to die.
That's just a little bit of greed from CB. Black Eyed Peas is not going to be able to get away from this one. And you got to pick and choose your battles.
This is terrible for CB. I think Wukong should have left way earlier than that, but he stayed on the turret. This is... Now I think we are...
Ultimately, probably sums up to a little bit of desperation, realizing your Mordekaiser is going to help you win this game more than anybody else right now. You're biding your time for the scaling options, but you can't bite off more than you can chew like that.
Yeah.
Annie looking for the stun. Can she follow up with an electrocute proc? She does. There's a lot of damage coming down, and Barak soloed under his own tower.
No.
And it's starting to feel a little hopeless for CB at this point.
Yes.
Gold differential still it's within 4K, right? But 4K at 14 minutes is substantial.
Yes. It is pretty huge now, but the question is, will TD be able to finish this game soon? Because with the late game, even with Arn items, I feel like CB can still try to play off TD's mistakes now, and if they make too much mistake, they could come back. Let's not take this off the table. Looking at this, no TP from mid lane, still no flash. Could possibly look for a play mid with both flash available for the jungler and the mid laner.
See Wukong positioned to do something about this, but Sejuani is close by. It looks like Wukong's going to be going into the bot lane. It's flashing for the double knockup. Will they have the damage before third party comes in? It doesn't look like they do. Varus doing what Varus is intended with a huge Q, but we got Reboot Van looking for the collapse. This is easily a tower dive scenario.
Yeah.
Old Man Genetics saving the stun with the spell shield. Black Eyed Peas finding.
Baby.
This is a very split fight. There's so much happening. Brock's looking on to Reboot Van, claiming one back, and it'll be a support for a mid laner. Krama looking to maybe find a little bit more. Barak's on the flank angle. Uses the other ulti. It looks like there's not much more that CB can do here.
Yeah. Although while all this was happening, Krama did take the top lane tower, which is pretty nice. Now,
we're just going to see a little bit more poke and skirmish. Brock looking to be caught out here. He's going to go down, and that pulls the trigger for the rest of the team fight. Krama bringing one back. Unbelievable. But Toxic Koopa is just free firing onto both targets here. Sakroza goes low, but it's not enough. Toxic Koopa.
That was a huge shot from Toxic. Krama did take out a lot of HP on that play.
Old Man Genetics trying to get back as much as he can into the mid lane right now, but he's not going to be able to finish down that tower. It's tough. I do like the aggression from CB, because ultimately you got to make these proactive plays to get back into the game. But all the gold is going down to Toxic Koopa, which is exactly what TD wants here.
Yeah. I'm surprised with the build patch from Mordekaiser, to be honest here. Yes, he's probably the main source of damage right now, but late game, I feel like he's gonna feel a little squishy against Varus. He's probably gonna have to build some more tank item later. Gold diff still around 3-4k, 18 minutes, 10 kill difference. A lot of Psalms were used during that fight though.
Barak potentially getting caught here, but he's able to just walk away. Not too much threat there. I will say the saving grace for CB is the fact that they do have so much wave clear.
Yeah.
And not really too much an ability to siege OTD's comp, but the tower dive potential is right there where it needs to be.
Yeah.
TD looking to start up this dragon. CB split on two fronts right now with Brock in the bot lane, trying to keep that Varus out. Pulling the trigger onto Peacemaker. Flash stun from the Annie. Ornn ultimate down, looking onto Krama next. But Krama doesn't really have much to do in this ulti. With so much coming down onto Black Eyed Peas, Old Man Genetics having no way into this fight. Krama living with a sliver of health, but will it last?
Probably.
Stevie says later, I'm out of here, but Barak just trying to do anything he can on the backside of this fight. But that should be a free Drake for TD.
Wukong might be looking for a steal, knowing his position right now.
This seems to be a waste of time, in my opinion, for CB. Trying to find anything on the opposite side of the map. Black Eyed Peas is on hoping for a miracle steal here. But the Renata ult coming down, only hitting the Ornn. Black Eyed Peas is in the pit, looking for the steal. Smites a little too early and loses his life for it. And this is kind of where you start to wonder, was that the play?
I just saw Mr. Black Eyed Peas not even have the full smite yet. He was missing 2 camps.
Well, on the other hand, on the kill, Sakroza gets the knock-up. Krama, no ulti here. He can't take anybody out of the fight, but they're still winning this. The Krama diff is real, but Toxic Koopa looking to narrow it down on the health bars. Just not enough, but that's big for CB. You take that 7 days out of the week.
Yeah. Gold diff is now up for CB if you look at it. CB has more gold. Or we could say it's pretty equal with only 100, but gold being on Krama.
Back in the game, and it could be the Krama diff. You know, I told Sakroza, I said, don't ego the Mordekaiser, and look what's happening.
Yep.
The Baron being started up by CB.
This could
Not
be
as
pretty
fast
cute.
as you'd like it for a 20-minute Baron, but Sejuani's clearing clamps. It doesn't look like they have any idea or even respect the opportunity for the Baron on CB.
They just don't even think.
And this is where your heart sinks as a jungler going, what in the world? They
Just
actually did that?
Nash at 21 minutes. Or did at 20. Yep. They were clearly not expecting to know their position. I mean, I feel like they were planning on doing it for TD, but they surely did not think that CB was on it at the moment.
And this is huge for CB, honestly, because it
Yes,
stalls out in a team that we already discussed doesn't have much in terms of siege. It stalls out the game longer for your scaling options of CB.
I feel like right now, CB's
reboot van here. The charm lands. This ulti from Black Eyed Peas and doesn't really look like Reboot's gonna have even a shot of getting away. Also, now Sejuani getting caught out, but is it Sejuani that's caught out here? She's so tanky, and with the rest of TD following up, CB really needs to escape here. Ulti coming down from the Ornn, landing onto Peacemaker, and once again CB biting off a little bit more than they can chew there.
We can clearly see the Krama diff here because fights clearly lost while Krama, although is split pushing, which is pretty nice. But
pick up a lot of damage onto that bot tier 2, but a lot coming down onto the mid tier 1 here.
Yeah,
and they should be able to take that without a problem. Handshaking the towers, it looks like. Although, nope, falls for Mordekaiser.
Mordekaiser takes the turret. Mid lane, Barak is able to keep his turret in the mid lane. Oh, the flash heart. Wait. Sejuani's gonna have to leave this.
Could have picked something up there, but unfortunately just not quite the reach he needed.
Milana is not here for this fight, so probably gonna have to wait before they try to dive. They only have mid lane ult and top lane ult for CB.
I'd like to see Krama get into a side lane here, but at the same time, with the amount of gold he's carrying for CB right now, he kind of needs to be in the mix. You can easily take this tower. And now, it's tough, because you want to see Krama in that side lane right now with the lead he has.
Yeah.
But
can easily take.
Not sure that CB has the damage.
The choice.
Yeah, the choice of having that luxury, especially with the Baron right now. It's kind of unfortunate. Still getting some gold back, and they're actually up to almost a 3k gold lead here.
Which is pretty surprising knowing the early game. But
for sure,
But Rockstick's still on the go.
Never count out CB.
Yeah.
Especially Rangers. And now you gotta think with the Dragon coming up relatively soon, you're going to see a lot of vision shift down to the bot side. CB needs to get this next one, or that's a mountain soul for TD.
Yeah.
And with the front line they have, it's going to be tough.
Yes, it will be pretty dangerous for CB. This is clearly something that TD is looking for. We can see Annie is in the top lane with her TP up, so she's going to look to split push while this strike goes.
Yeah, we see that the classic dance around Dragon Pit right now. Ornn ultimate coming down onto the Mordekaiser, taking in Reboot Van, getting a lot of damage off. If he takes this out, this could be huge. Wukong with a big ult, 4-man ulti knockup. Krama's still alive. Now you just front to back, CB. That's all you got to do. Black Eyed Peas is still in there. Take down Sakroza, and this becomes an easy fight. Barak on the flank. You need to focus down the Soraka now. That's the sustain. Toxic Koopa goes down, and this is the fight that CB needed.
Let's go! This is what they were looking for.
That'll be cleaned
Played
up
off TD's
easily,
mistake.
and now you don't even have to commit everybody to the dragon. You can get some lanes pushed out here, and that's exactly what it looks like is going to happen. And with
Yes,
Peacemaker, not Peacemaker, with the Sivir, I think you send the Sivir there. I mean, there's no contest on the dragon, and this wave's already gone if you send Sivir up with the bot lane. You could be potentially taking a tier 3 right now, but you don't have the wave anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Karma is not that tanky, but is dealing a lot of damage though. Those Qs been hitting hard on Annie and Soraka.
And honestly, what it comes down to right now is it feels like CB's playing the better macro. I mean, if you look at the tower difference, I mean, it's 5-1 right now.
Yeah.
With a substantial lead that TD had, they only managed to get bot tier 1. Granted, tier 1s in that they're being pinged out now. The tier 1s in top and mid are extremely low, but like we circled back to, there's really no siege potential in this TD team, especially when you have the wave clearing Sivir, backing up CB.
Yes. I feel like with those situations, it's where you see the better team out of the two, and here CB is just, in my opinion, way better than TD for managing to take advantage of TD's mistakes, because they did a lot of mistakes, and CB just took every opportunity they had to come back from this 4K gold difference and making it 4K for them. It's pretty huge. Probably going to be
the gold differential. We actually see Barak with the gold lead in the mid lane now over Annie, about 1K lead. Sivir is still down 1K to the Varus, but we have a gold lead on support now, and a gold lead almost about 500 on jungle. So CB is in commanding lead right now. I mean, that's 6K gold up on the map in general. So I would be looking for this Baron fight if I were CB right now. It looks like somewhat of a bush cheese is going to be caught out.
4v4 since both mid laners are not here yet.
I gotta be honest, I don't see the point in stacking that bush. I mean, yeah, maybe someone comes out to like zone off, but there's really no reason for CB to walk up that way when they have
they just need to wait
open
for them
angle into the Baron pit. And now we see Krama looking for the pick on Sakroza. Sakroza forced to E away. Sejuani Q over the wall. She's caught now. Forced to flash away. But she circles back for the E on the Krama. Is this the Krama diff we're looking for? Oh, Black Eyed Peas going low. Sakroza drops the ulti, but doesn't get the second proc. Midi? I don't know. There's so much going on right now. Yeah. Toxic Koopa brought dangerously low. Soraka trying to sustain as much as she can. And this is just kind of a Soraka diff in the fight right now. Barak looking for the pick with the charm. Not able to find it. Reboot Van debating on whether or not to re-engage on this, and it doesn't look like they can. Ultimately, a 1-for-1 on the top laner for support. You take that
every day of the week. And to confirm you, Sakroza, this did miss his second proc on his ult by a little bit on Mr. Genetic, who was pretty low. A lot of flash were Barak with still his flash. That's kind of surprising.
Yeah.
He was able to keep it throughout the fight.
I like these looks that Barak's going for, though. I mean, granted, he hasn't landed a lot of the charms, but they're good looks. They really are. Yep. And once again, just the wave clear issue of CB is denying all this standing gold for TD. It's really not looking good for them anymore, man.
Yeah, if you look at the towers, only one tower was taken by TD, while CB is already at T3 on 2 lanes.
Peacemaker could be caught here, but Annie chooses not to go for it. Interesting. I guess no vision on the map. If you see a support there, you gotta assume there's more behind.
Drake is gonna be up soon. I feel like TD's trying to flip it for a Nash, maybe, or on that position, or never mind.
I don't think CB has the luxury to flip Nash for Soul right now. Like I said, with the front line of TD, you do not want to give over a Mountain
I'm
Soul.
sorry, I meant to say TD. This would be my fault.
All good, all good. Charm lands onto Sakroza. Decent damage coming through. Sejuani taking a little damage. Forced to retreat. And once again, it's just... This Sivir really is a key factor into why TD is not able to do so much. I mean, clearing out these waves, just permanent prio. All it takes is one pick onto a carry. And TD really can't have an answer for it. Charm comes down onto Annie, takes 1 Q proc, not 2. Sejuani picked out. The ulti from Mordekaiser comes down. Blue Teeth gets the dragon. And you gotta think that this is gonna be a full brawl. Yeah, Renata ulti comes down on all 5 members. Does not let the Ornn ult go through. And it's just carnage from Prama. Old Man Genetics just poking away. And you gotta think this is close to an end angle. They should be able to finish it off here.
They should to take at least the inhibitor pretty easily. They're not even looking for this Nash, they just want to take down turrets.
No. With the state of the Sivir right now, these turrets are gonna melt. And it should be a game 1 victory for CB Rangers.
Which is surprising knowing the early game. But they still managed to pull it off.
The wave's not there. The wave's not there. Timers aren't low enough, but you definitely take the inhibitor and go Baron here.
Yeah. TD's not gonna have enough time to come and contest it. This is just sad to see from TD, losing with 4k gold, now being down 6k gold.
We gotta be looking for the Sejuani hero steal.
We're getting closer to the 10k diff.
And they're not even gonna contest it. It looks like Sejuani's just gonna opt to do her Raptors.
Yep.
I feel like Sejuani's gotta look for the steal there, no? It just feels like things are way too out of hand to let things go. You've lost the last 2 dragons on Soul Point. I mean, maybe they're just opting to try to, fight it out for the Soul Point again, but you haven't won a team fight in quite a while. It's an interesting look. Then again, I am typically more aggressive when it comes to the jungle, so obviously I'm going to think that's a Baron steal, but they probably know something I don't.
Like my jungler would say, let's flip it. If we miss it, it's fine.
And now with this Baron, CB just gets to spread out their resources. You finally get Krama into the side lane like you originally wanted to. You got 3 in top. Wukong looking to pick up this mid. And you gotta wonder, is there any way other than a giant CV mistake for TD to get back in this game?
I don't think so. And
Sejuani,
I don't think that...
all coming down. Sejuani on the flank. Knock up onto Peacemaker, but the Renata ulti keeps the backline at bay.
Was this the mistake that we were talking about? Oh, looks like...
Not quite. It looks like they have the cavalry. Black Eyed Peas getting in the back.
With the engage on his ult, this is just...
not able to sustain, and that's going to be...
a game, I think.
Rangers victory. Grandma already baroning up that mid wave, coming in right on time. And these 2 Nexus turrets are going to fall.
Let's go for CB. That's what we were looking for. For game 1. Now 2 more to go.
And you gotta think that TD is gonna go back to the drawing board on this one, because with a lead like that, it's kind of baffling that you could lose. But ultimately, I think it was just a matter of not really any siege potential. They just didn't get enough done in the macro. But yeah, I mean, great effort from CB to find those plays to get back into the game. I really liked seeing the charms that Barak was looking for. Krama told him not to give you the Mordekaiser, but he still did it. So Sakroza, I mean, you talked a big game. I was really
hoping to be a bad next game. And I
But
feel like
go
next
for it.
game TD's probably not gonna go for a protect the carry type of comp. I feel like they should go for what they're used to do.
I mean,
Maybe
the comp
going
in
for
itself, I feel like was fine, and especially with the lead that Toxic Koopa was able to get in the early game, it's hard. But then again, the Wukong just being able to dive onto the backline like that was kind of devastating. Um, and there's only so much positioning you can do with a invisible Wukong flashing, Eing, alting right on top of you, and
with the GA as a second item, so he was able to just go in, and even if he died once, it was fine since his team was following up and he was able to get away pretty easily with
right.
his GA.
So I think what I'd like to see TD come back with is something a little. I mean, it was a very straightforward comp and theoretically simple to execute.
Yeah.
I'm really curious to see what they come out with in next draft because I don't think they do this again.
Yeah, no, they're clearly not going to go for it again. Mordekaiser is probably going to be banned for CB, which is pretty unfortunate for Kurama, but I'm pretty sure he has other strong picks like this one.
Yeah. I mean, only time will tell. I think we're gonna send
Yeah.
it to break. We'll see you back on the next draft phase.
Perfect.
Welcome back to this Game 2 draft. Kermit, what do you think? Do you think TD's going to come out with a different look?
I hope they will. Looking at first game, I feel like they had a good idea on what they were trying to do, but unfortunately did not work out. So if they go for it again, I just hope this time they do it right. Because first time, I mean, they did it right. Sorry, they did it right, but they did some mistakes that CB was able to convert into them taking the lead. So I just hope they don't do the same mistake here.
So, looks like bans are staying the same so far. We'll see on this Phase 3 red ban, and it is. So, we're not concerned about anything CB played on TD's end.
Yeah, Mordekaiser is not
one
bad.
Wukong.
Sejuani again, okay.
I'm getting flashbacks, Kermit.
Oh, I'm getting a lot of flashbacks now. Okay, are they going for it again?
Change anything up.
This could be pretty interesting if they go for same comp here. They... Okay.
Salty run back?
Okay, is this handshake going game 2?
No way they run this back.
Yeah, there's just no way. 5 and 10, same champs.
I genuinely cannot believe they let the Mordekaiser through.
Yeah.
Sakroza, if you're bot reviewing this, if you lose 2 times to his Mordekaiser after you talk so much smack, bro, I'm never gonna let you hear the end of it. And we see a different pick come out from TD with the Xerath.
Right.
No Annie Xerath.
Sakura probably looking for a counter pick for this Mordekaiser.
They decide that the Sivir was just too much last game. There's the adjustment there.
Yeah. Olaf is out to secure the Mordekaiser for his knitting phase.
Oh man. This is kind of exciting. 2 similar drafts so far. I'm really curious as to see what the last red ban is. I mean, they already have just about every playmaker that they wanted last game on the side of Rangers. And we'll see the Gwen come in for the final ban. I'm really curious to see what TD picks here. We could see the GP.
Yeah.
I don't know if Sakroza's been practicing it much, but we could see the GP, and that way you just orange on the ulti, and you have presence on the map without even needing to be there. It's the Tahm Kench. This has got to be top lane. This has got to be top lane.
I hope it's top lane. If it's support, I mean, I could see the support as well with Varus, to be honest.
It's always a good day when the Kench is unbenched. I'm really curious though. Another hyper-scaling ADC. So
okay.
It's ultimately looking like the same comp, and we still could have the Ahri here.
Yeah.
I think the Ahri's fine here. Into Xerath? No? Yeah. Yep, there it is.
Yep, there's the Ahri.
Relatively same comp coming in through CB. Couple different, options coming through TD, but ultimately appears to be the same type of comp right now. We'll see what is locked in. I'm assuming this is going to be for support. It could be a Tahm Kench support, but I haven't seen that in a while.
And
it's a Xerath bot lane. I also thought that might be an option.
Yeah. Well, it is a pretty strong bot lane with Cassiopeia mid. Okay, yeah.
Very high poke. Very high poke. And the big thing is the range difference between the Vayne having such low range into a Xerath Varus.
Yeah.
Still really feel like looking for some Wukong help. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's all good. I still think that TD still has in mind the protect the carry mindset with TK and Sejuani. Probably, with Xerath as well to poke them out.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if it's going to be bot centric. There's a lot of skirmishing in the bot lane. Granted, that's all due to dragons being such high value and whatnot. But at this point, unless Wukong, I don't see Wukong without being 6
Yeah,
having a real high impact on these lanes. I feel like this is a really hard lane for him to gank unless TD is just mindlessly pushed up.
he might still go for the same option as he did game 1 and trying to get Krama ahead with 1 or 2 kills. Probably gonna go then for a mid, try to get Barak. If bot lane is not really working out with this high poke, because Xerath can easily poke him out of the fight with a strong disengage with stun and zone.
Right. But just in the fact of repeating myself from last game, again, it's just that combination of trying to get Ari on those roam timers with the Wukong, making these 3v1 or 4v2 scenarios is going to be big for CB again. And just, TD, I kind of agree that they just let the game get out of hand. So
Yeah.
I'm not too surprised that they're running back a very similar comp. But they just, I mean, it could just be a problem of executing better, and if they are able to do that and they are able to get the same lead that they found last game, it could be a completely different game.
Yeah, maybe probably the coaches from TD told them which mistake they did, what to do this game with this type of comp so they don't do the same mistakes again. So let's hope that CB can come back early game.
Well, with that being said, I think we've talked about the different dynamic as much as there can be with TD and CB's running back very similar comp. So all that's left to do is wait out this spectator delay, and we'll see you back for game 2. welcome back to game 2 as we see a very similar team comp out of both teams here. What do you think about the summoners? You know, runes again. Are we seeing anything kind of iffy?
For now, looks like it's pretty much the same. No ghost from Toxic this game. Going for the exhaust. That's a change from last game.
I think that's really smart with the Wukong and the ability to get dove on. A little bit of BS there from Inter be inted. You always let the junglers, have their fun in the mid lane before.
Yeah.
Lost
He
some
started
points in my
first
book.
strikes.
It's Sakroza. Clicking the tongue, man.
Yeah.
What a rude dude.
Xerath with the first strike, so he's already getting some gold, and they are clearly looking to take advantage of their range over the Vayne, and they're not out of this game. And the other poke is out. God damn, he is not missing.
Getting the gold for his. That gets gold, right, on that support item? I don't play support, man.
Uh,
I think you get
I
gold for
think
poke
you-
on the spell thieves, right?
yeah, it's with if you hit enemy champions, you get gold on it.
Yeah, he's already got 63, dude. He's got a health pot in base right now.
Yeah, and with the first strike as well. So, yeah,
Quick note,
he's already-
Sejuani is starting her red side now, as opposed to the double bot side start from last game we saw, so a little bit of mixed up change up there.
Yeah, I think bot lane for TD is really looking to take advantage of CV this game, early game. More than last game with that comp. Yeah.
It'll be interesting. I feel like this lane is very unplayable for Old Man Genetics on the Vayne. In the bot side.
Yeah.
Maybe
It
not
is
in the
going
first
to-
level, but I think once level 2 hits, it becomes really hard.
Yeah, just with Xerath poke is just super annoying. Now you have to add the Qs from Toxic. So,
Wukong will be spotted on the red ward. It wasn't pinged out by red side. I was thinking maybe with that prio he had, he could look for an invade, but looks like we're just doing a standard full clear for now. Cramming in
Yeah.
the prio.
Sejuani might be looking mid with that wave stage because bot lane is full pushing. Maybe top, with a reset going top with Mordekaiser. Sakroza getting poked like last game. This is not really fun for him. The mid lane is winning right now with the push, so this is good for Brock.
Sejuani gets spotted out. She's still ahead on the clear. Sejuani's got a really surprisingly fast clear. A lot of poke coming down. This could be a pick onto Koopa. The exhaust comes down. Sejuani on her way, though. Both summoners out of the ADC. Furious. Oh, and the Q is missed. They should be able to walk away from this. Dropping the heal, though. A lot of damage coming down onto the Sejuani. And they'll just walk away.
Yeah.
CB losing the health trade, but winning the summoner trade. So we'll have to expect to see Old Man Genetics down here within the next couple minutes for a bot gank, you'd think.
Yeah. Oh, maybe Wukong mid is looking for something? He's
Not
just
a
gonna
whole
pass
lot you
by.
can do in that situation.
Alright, go back top. Maybe looking to take the Krugs from top side. Sejuani did not do that. Yeah, I think he's looking for it.
No,
Or-
her camps are on respawn right now. It's been long enough.
Looking for the gank top. The E is missed, but Sakroza staying. There's no cancel, unfortunately. Or else he was dead.
I was kind of thinking that the Tom Kench is eerily similar to the Ornn, just less combo dependent.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, he's got that EOA. It's so similar on the top lane
But-
match, honestly.
This time, Krama is going to be able to cancel the getaway from Sakroza. Last time with Ornn, he could just get away with E. But now Sakroza, if he jumps under the water, he can be stopped by the E from Mordekaiser.
True.
So this is going to be different for him. For now, Vayne is staying even in CS, which is pretty surprising.
Black Eyed
knowing what
Peas
she
looks
has
like
to go
he's
through.
finishing up Raptors. Sejuani is going to see the robbery take place right in front of her eyes.
She's going for
A
the
little bit of
engage.
W spray.
Lots of wards placed in front of Drake for red team here. Probably looking to do it soon. TP top.
See, this is where I'd like to see Barak just queue this wave. Well, it's canon. But I'd like to see Barak getting a little bit more free, and just imagine the devastation if Ari was coming down from this river bush right now. Looks like he's going to be spotted on a ward. Don't really know how much he can do here. He looks like he's still committing to it, just getting a little bit of poke damage off and allowing Vayne to freely farm this wave, which is kind of huge with her health.
And Inted is just poking this Renala without even missing anything right now. TP mid lane.
I'm a little surprised that we're seeing this kind of dynamic. I mean, granted, Vayne's gonna be forced to back with the health, and now they're gonna get the push in. But I would think that this would be a lot more dominant out of the bot lane. Heavy trading come out of the mid. Sejuani getting behind, opting not to look.
I feel like TD's taking this early game pretty slower than last game. Maybe looking for Drake here.
Collapsing onto the 3v3, the Renata pull coming in clutch. Barak, unfortunately, not having the charm as he used it on the last exchange with Cassiopeia, but red side does need to back off of this dragon. This should be an easy dragon take for CB.
Yeah. Cassiopeia TP in mid. No flash for both for the bot lane from TD, so this is Vayne freezes now. Maybe Wukong could look for a window to get at least 1 or 2 kills since everyone has flash. This could be a possibility here. Chroma is just freezing this way.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Chemtech gives tenacity, doesn't it?
Yes, tenacity and something else, but I think it's HP or HP shield or something.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of big this early on into the match for CB, just given the obscene amount of CC in the arsenal of TD's comp right now.
Yeah. I'm still surprised that Genetic did not go for a cleanse this game. I guess he's feeling it and he will dodge everything with his Vayne.
Yeah, I mean, between the Ghost, Flash, and Q, I would hope that you would have enough to dodge, but then again, I mean, it only takes one, and then the rest follow.
Yeah. And TD is not missing stunts, that's for sure. There's one for the call here.
Extremely slow start to the game. Dead even in gold, it looks like.
Yeah.
I mean, really, the biggest disparity right now is 100 gold differential between Black Eyed Peas and Sejuani. Black Eyed Peas being able to clear a little bit more efficiently, not going for as many ganks as Sejuani, and they're just not panning out.
Yeah, this is really slower than last game. I feel like the coaches were like, okay, we're running the same thing, but a little bit slower on the other game. Let us scale a little bit more. And we'll let CB make the mistake this time. Take advantage. Looks like, yeah, top lane is ahead in CS, and mid lane is. Bot lane is only 10 CS down, but Renata did take 15 out of it. Like Xerath only taking 1. Pretty even, if we look at it this way.
I'm curious to... I mean, granted, Wukong did have Prio there, but I wonder if they knew that Sejuani was on bot side, because that was just the clean... not clean, but just the freeze Herald take I've ever seen. I don't think it announced it, but Black Eyed Peas was able to pick up the Herald with that priority in the mid and top lane.
Yeah. Like APs might be looking for a bait here with Mordekaiser. No, Sakroza is not falling for it.
Can't commit too much time to this because Sakroza is in such a safe spot.
Yeah. Sejuani is farming. Oh, there's the engage. Wait, Black IPs. This is dangerous.
I mean, I guess he just really wants to drop this Herald top for Grandma.
Yeah, he wants to give the gold.
Oh. Landing down, double ulti onto the Vayne, and shouldn't be able to get away from this one despite the Renata W coming through. Almost taking down Renata as well. Big answer back from the Rift Herald dropped in the top lane from TD. Gold still equalized, though. TD might come out ahead just because they get to take tower plates for free now in the bot lane. And then Sejuani also gets to deny some camps to Black Eyed Peas, knowing that he's top. Barak really winning these trades in the mid lane, though. So, I'm curious to see your take on this, Kermit. How do you think these team fights are going to take place once we actually get to a team fighting spot in this game?
Looking at how first game went, feel like from CV's side, they're probably going to go for the same approach. Maybe with Vayne being a little bit further back or front. Maybe following with Wukong, since they don't really have that much wave clear like they did last game with the Severe. And for TD, probably going to be looking for Sejuani engage with a follow-up from the TK. Probably, I don't think he's going to use his ult defensively for Mr. Vargas. Feel like he's going to go for Vayne or Barak to try to eat them and push them back into his team, into his ADC so he can finish the kill. And Xera's just going to poke his way to the fight. So from team fight comp, right now, feel I would give it to TD. But looking at first game, when they had the team cup advantage, I'm not really sure. But I guess only the future is going to tell us how it's going to go. What about you?
I mean, yeah, I think it's relatively the same. Ooh, wait a second. Sakroza pushing Mordekaiser under the tower, but I don't think he's going to take enough with that shield to get down. And then the skirmish for Dragon. I mean, yeah, I think it's ultimately just going to be a difference of the range of the pop-out potential. Looks like we're getting another skirmish here with the Renata ulti landing onto two targets. It's a 4v3 right now, but health bars are getting quite low with this poke that's coming out from TD. And now Sejuani pulling the trigger onto Barak, but Black Eyed Peas diving in, getting the ulti, now onto Koopa, doesn't have the damage to fight him too. Barak getting caught last second by the stun, then Renata W comes out, they gotta get a kill on Koopa, they do, Barak with the revive. Old Man Genetics sacrificing his life, potentially. Barak coming back in, you just need to walk away, you take the 2 for 2 every time, but
The dodge from
Cassiopeia's 1Q, Genetics still goes down.
No, the dodges were present for Genetic, though. We will give him that. He dodged 2 Qs, I think, from Mrs. Cassiopeia, but it was not enough for him to survive. Well, on the other hand, Mr. Chroma did take first tower top lane, which is pretty huge for him right now. He's going to be looking for this Drake. Probably going to be a 5v5, since TK does have TP.
Yeah,
And he's walking his way down. Yep, he is walking his way down to Drake.
The big thing is Xerath pretty low on mana, not going to be able to do as much this team fight as he did last. CB moving in with force. Black Eyed Peas getting the steal. With no ultis, I can't imagine they could look too hard on this fight. But Barak's finding the angle, finds the charm on Inter be inted. The cleanse comes out, but it's not enough. Sakroza on the backside, but you got to think he's just got to run away. If he can find the E, not quite there.
Oh,
Barrett's coming down, but I don't see the point in wasting the cooldown there. No team is able to follow up on that. And you just get to walk away with the victory with Stevie. And potentially even take a mid tower here.
Yeah, and during all that, Cassiopeia did lose 1 whole wave and a half on the mid lane tower, and she might even lose her tower now. Top lane is still pushing.
Rock wrapping around the flank. If they drop this tower, he's got the charm down onto Sejuani. Drop the tower, you can maybe look for more. Zoning from the Xerath. Old Man Genetics getting stunned up, and they're just going to walk away and take what they got.
Chroma now in the bot lane. Sakroza is probably going to go to match him. Bot lane might be moved to top lane here. We'll see. Rift spawning soon. Have a little 4-minute window to do it. 5 minutes, sorry.
Brock's still
Let's
looking for
see.
something in the jungle. Barely missing the charm onto the Cassiopeia. Chunking her out. He's got that Leandri's finish, so he does quite a bit in burn damage. Bringing her down to 2/3 HP. And kind of zoning her off from this. Finds the charm the second time around. It's a little scary. They don't have the way for the dive. So Barak will be forced to get chunked back out and kind of retreat for now.
Black
Eyed Peas looking for the big
play
knockup on
here.
the Toxic Koopa. Oh, it does! The Renata ult hits Varus, but they got the Tahm Kench to protect, and it looks like Black Eyed Peas is going to fall. Potentially got the dive in the bot lane, and Sejuani looking for more on the Renata. He might find it. Old Man Genetics getting caught out into the jungle, or chased rather. Kramel could look to maybe stop Sakroza.
Oh, and he does.
The cavalry is here. Do they have the damage to take him down? It looks like they will. Falling to Old Man Genetics. Krama flashing to safety, but Sejuani says, "You're not done with me yet." Gets the E-proc, and answers back another.
Unfortunate, but Sejuani is getting all of those shutdowns, so it is pretty good for CB still. This dead is not that bad for them. Looking at this bot wave, bot lane is pretty damaged for TD. CB still has top lane advantage. Mid lane is pretty looking for CB right now. Gold diff is 2k, 2 drakes for CB. This is a pretty good start. Varus is getting late on his call, 30 stacks missing. At 17 minutes, he needs to get them fast.
I'd like to take a look at the gold for just a minute. We see a 1k gold advantage on Ahri over Cassiopeia. We see relatively even on the jungle. And again, Mordekaiser is up 3k, or sorry, 2.5k on the Tahm Kench right now. In bot lane, we once again are seeing Toxic Koopa getting ahead on that Varus, but we all know the inevitable scaling of Vayne. And then 1k up on the support for Interbe Inted, that is. So, relatively different game states between this game and last at 17 minutes. We see, obviously, CB is up earlier in the match.
Yeah.
But I'm really curious because, again, TD's comp is, in theory, easier to execute.
Yeah, but looking at... right now I feel like if that was the plan for TD to play slowly, they kinda did it right, since they still took some fights that were maybe too dangerous for them, a bit too flippy. But looking at this, CB is just taking control over the whole map with the wards. We don't see much red wards here. Lots of warding around Nash and around Drake as well. We do see some pings on Sejuani. They want to try to take this Drake. I feel like they have 2 TK still in the top lane with his TP. But Kurama is going to go for there, so this is probably going to be a huge team fight coming up soon. Top lane waves might be pushed for red side though, so at least that's something for TD. They might look for something here. Sejuani wants to engage with those pings. Drake is up soon.
Seems really hard for TD to get into here with the no prio in the lanes. So now we see 2 cut off. Barak looking for the charm, just barely misses onto Toxic Koopa. TP on the backside, zoning out Old Man Genetics. And Tahm Kench getting the stacks down. Vayne is separated from this fight, but Krama Diff once again coming in, getting the ulti down to Sejuani, getting that stat boost, and now getting onto Toxic Koopa, the perfectly placed Renata ultimate. Toxic is gonna fall, Reboot Van close to follow, and this is a free dragon from CB. And it's kind of unfortunate because we saw how they ran away with it with the gold lead last time, and now it's just happening sooner.
Yeah. I feel like this fight was good for TD, but I don't know why, like, they engage. But then they kind of fall back and they let TK be alone. Xerath kind of left, so there was like 2 fights going on, but they did not manage to win the good fight. They took 0 kills, while CB took down 3 kills, and the Drake, they are going to be they are going to look for this early Nash like they did last game. But I feel like this time TD's gonna knows. They won't let it happen, I'm pretty sure.
Also important to note, all the resources that Sakrosa spent to make sure that Vayne does not get in that fight and does not get gold, and Vayne still survives. Yes,
Yeah,
you've delayed the inevitable, but it's still coming.
Yeah. She was pretty low, and unfortunately, as we saw, Xerath miss his Q, who was, I think, the win come to make sure that Vayne was dead. Kind of unfortunate. Old Man Genelink is really carrying his team with those dodges, making sure he lives throughout those fights, still protecting this mid-lane tower like they did last game. Top lane is getting pushed. Chroma is doing just a monster job in the top lane right now for his team. Going for the same build here, full AP, so he is going to hurt. What about a bit on the gold league? Oh wait, maybe a fight.
Falls down into Old Man Genetics, trying to shield, getting the W down, but it's not enough. Krama coming back, gonna take out the support. Ulti down on Toxic Koopa, and he's got his number. That's gonna fall. He's get the stat boost. The shield is ready to be popped. Drops it. This is just a Krama diff. This is just a Krama diff. You gotta ban it out next game.
It is for sure gonna be banned next game, but after those two huge fights for CB, let's take a look at the gold diff, if you don't mind, Mr. XC. Because it is pretty huge.
So we see a 2K, almost 2K, no, and in fact, a 2K gold lead on the mid lane now, and that's got to be expected when you are being out, kill participated, 10-1, literally. We see a 1K gold lead in the jungle now. We see a 4K gold lead in the top lane. We see, honestly, still 2K gold lead for Toxic Koopa over Old Man Genetics. And it's relatively even in the support, but it doesn't matter when the top half of the map is losing this hard right now.
Yeah, it is pretty unfortunate. I feel like these two games they've been trying to make sure that bot lane wins, but by letting Sakrosa alone to the top lane, Chroma is just taking full advantage of him. So I feel like next game they might change that for maybe going for an early skirmisher top lane to make sure that Chroma does not get ahead, and maybe let bot lane play alone and be even. I feel like that would be their best option here.
Right. I'd also like to take a point out to just say that I believe we are seeing now in game 1 and 2 what Krama himself dubs the Cram special.
I mean, I've only heard legends about him carrying games, but right now what I'm witnessing is just something else. Maybe a fight for Wukong here, and Sejuani is just gonna leave it. Okay. Again, when we can see like the huge warding diff for both teams here.
Sejuani caught out here. The pull does not land, unfortunately. Without the vision, it's hard to pull the trigger on that, but knowing what we know, we could easily see Wukong ulti and, you know, that being picked up with the 3v2 potentially. At this point in the game, what do you think needs to happen on TD's end?
I feel like right now they just need to play it safe and wait for a mistake from CB, but looks like CB is gonna take this mid tower here. With yeah, because first I think they need to clear this vision in the blue side, because red side is okay. Vision is more focused on Nash than the actual jungle, but yeah, Wukong is taking full advantage of this before Drake spawns, so Sejuani is gonna have to clear this before she gets there. Chroma just making sure that Sakrosa staying top. They are going to take this tower down. Barak is just vibing bot lane with this reboot, with this Kesukia, sorry. Yeah. Chroma might take this top tower.
It's kind of tough here. Sakrosa looking for anything to stop this Mordekaiser, but he just gets the auto. I mean, he's 6-1 and 4. There's not a whole lot you can do. You're down. He's got 3 completed items at this point, and you're down to only 1.5 on Sakrosa's side. Reboot Van looking for anything to get onto this Ahri, but with the ultimate available, it's just too hard. We see the dragon coming up in 6 seconds. Red side is going to be able to get inside to get the prio, but we see Krama on the TP on the backside. Sakrosa has the TP available, but he's opting to walk, it looks like. Krama looking for support on the backside. The flash forces another one. A third. He gets the ulti down on Sejuani. not able to get the stacks, but Sejuani still will fall here. Wukong ulting Toxic Koopa. Krama finishing it off. And it's really tough, because now it's obviously a free Drake. Sakroza and Old Man Genetics kind of going after each other there. The Xerath ults could be enough. Almost gets him. And he's going to get to walk away for free.
Yeah, they are going to get Soul here. Yeah, without being as neutral as I can, it is going to be pretty hard for TD to win this one off only skills. They need to make sure that they see the mistakes that the CB is making. Even
Brock
though
landing the charm, the Q Brock. Oh, it's just too much damage. Sorry to cut you off, but Brock has been finding these godlike charms all game long.
Yeah.
It looks like last game was just a practice match. He got all the misses out of the way, and now he's Chris Kyle out here with a charm.
Yeah. Looking at this, right now TD is just wave clearing. Probably right now in the VC, just thinking about what they can do to take advantage over CB. Well, CB is just taking vision score is just huge for CB right now. I feel like that's something that TD needs to work on next game. Maybe invade a little bit more to take that vision out so they can do more invades. Make sure that Wukong does not come to their lane. Because there's just wars everywhere, man.
Yeah, it's hard not to focus on what to do next game right now, but at this point in the game, CB is making very minimal mistakes, and even if they do, they have the wallet to back it up.
Yeah, that's the wallet diff here, unfortunately. For TD. And no towers were taken by TD, I just saw that. Oh, fight mid, it is going to be toxic down.
Charm yet again, and with most of TD's damage unavailable, you're gonna have to think that they're gonna be able to siege mid. Black Eyed Peas taking the skirmish onto Reboot here. Reboot not doing so well. The ulti comes down, and now it's the kiting game. Very interesting choice going into melee range this entire fight. We see a mid lane skirmish. Peacemaker being thrown onto tower. Sakroza's gonna fall. Black Eyed Peas finishing what he started in the top lane. And you're gonna see this mid lane tower fall. Possibly an inhibitor as well. And with Krama and Black Eyed Peas pushing up the top lane, there's gonna be a lot lost for these deaths.
Yeah, Krama and Mr. Black Eyed Peas are gonna make sure that this tower gets down while mid lane could go bot here. Or just gonna take his inhibitor, maybe help up, or go for a dash here actually. Yeah. Oh, there is the 10 gold league, the famous.
The 10k, yeah.
Yeah, the famous 10k is up with 10 kills.
And a second Mountain Soul in a row.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting, but Soul swept at this point, so it's really tough. It's really tough at this point. You're looking at a Dragon Soul, Baron Nashor empowered team, and you gotta think that the end push is near here for CB. Is there... I mean, you have a little bit more wave clear. You can maybe hope to stall, but you definitely can't take a team fight right now if you're TD. What do you think?
No, they need to... I mean, the best would be to be there first at the objective, but CB is not letting that happen for them, so... Right now, on the top of my head, I don't really have an idea on what TD can do, except waiting for a huge mistake here, and just wave clearing, and hoping for a pick or two, and then going for a team fight. But now it feels like Cassiopeia is gonna get picked here by Black Eyed Peas and Krama. Well, Xerath is resetting, so he won't be there to help. Vayne is
under fire. Reboot Van under fire. Sejuani's coming to try to help, but it's not able to get there in time. Sakroza just trying to find anything he can onto Old Man Genetics, but that percent HP is too much for a Tahm Kench. Mid inhib falling. 2 left to defend. This could be the siege we're talking about. Will oh, there's the Krama TP.
Yeah, they just want to go for the ant here.
Behind.
He's taking the turret while Vayne is gonna push this bot lane, even though it's not really useful right now since his team is just demolishing those towers and this inhibitor. And it is going to be another dub for CB here. Pretty excited for third game. I think that TD is going to go for a different draft this time. I hope for them, since 2 times in a row it did not work.
Honestly, TD, if you're listening, I think you got to ban the Mordekaiser. I think you got to ban the
Yeah.
Wukong and come up with something else. You had 2 shots at it. You got the lead the first and through. You never really had the lead in the second. It's time to go back to the drawing board, I think.
Yeah. Now they generally do need to go back to the drawing board, like you said, first game, because if we do see the same draft here again, I'm just gonna have to say that the same thing's gonna happen, because Kurama is just a beast on this Mordekaiser in every matchup. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because I don't think TD have shown anything worth banning right now. So I feel like CB just kind of passed her on the board. I mean, it's a best of 5 series, so there's always room for adaptations and stuff like that. But now your back's against the wall, and you got to reverse sweep this if you're TD to have a shot at semifinals or to make it to semifinals. But yeah,
I believe this is the game semifinals, right?
This is quarterfinals right now.
Okay. So right now CB is in a pretty safe position. Probably gonna go for the same bans. Well, on TD side, we might have to see a Mordekaiser ban, which might give an option to CB, because if there's the same 5 bans, so if they take out 1 to put with Mordekaiser, this might be an option to CB to have a new star player comes out. Because I don't really know the star player on Rangers with those bans being. So I'm pretty excited for Game 3.
Barack making a case for an Ari ban right now. Those late game charms were devastating.
Yeah.
Just getting these picks one after another over walls, it's really hard if you're on Ari and you're dialed in like that. It's threatening, and the 708 with 24k damage tells me, or almost 25k damage tells me that's even something you may need to look at banning too.
Yeah, and right now I feel like the whole comp needs to be banned, because let's not sleep on those Renala ults or those Wukong going in with the GA and just killing everyone.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what they do on the next draft when we're back for Game 3.
Alright.
And welcome back to game 3 of this best of 5 series where it has been almost entirely CB one-sided so far. Um, really looking for change-ups from either side. What do you think is going to happen here, Kermit?
Yeah, feel like, well, for now, we are not seeing a Mordekaiser ban, which surprises me. I'm pretty scared.
There it
Oh,
is.
wait, there it is.
There it
All
is. It
right.
had to happen.
Yes. Now, oh, you first pick.
Seraphine B1.
Interesting.
The Wukong was left available, but we're looking for Seraphine now. Oh, no,
Oh,
there
never
it is.
mind. There's the Wukong pick.
All right, well, they did one of the two things I wanted them to do on TD side. Are we going to see the Sejuani again?
Sejuani Varus? Question mark. They are thinking about it. Elise!
First time chat from Merciful Crow. Oh my god, they learned to ban Mord. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, they are switching it up now. A little bit more
Elise.
high damage, high tempo early game from TD with Elise.
They are not gonna go for the protect the carry type of comp here. Just gonna go for a full on damage, try to out damage them. Which could work, knowing their playstyle.
Opting to choose the Sivir instead of banning it away.
Yeah.
Here
What is CB gonna go
response
for?
here. They take their
Varus. Okay.
Old Man Genetics says, hold on, let me show you how to play the champion.
Yeah, and Renata again. And I'm pretty same comp for CB, looking for the same objective, but TD is changing. Oh, picking up the
arm is
Airy.
taken away. Okay.
Okay.
I like this.
This
Force
is
Brock
a-
into something new.
Yeah, this is a whole different type of comp and a whole type of different of playstyle that they were looking for first game. So I am pretty interested to see them play that kind of comp.
Very, very pick based. It looks like, based off the first 3 champions here, where CB is kind of running the same type of comp with insert X ADC here, you know. But we're not going to see the Mord this time.
We're gonna see another surprise pick from Kron, who's probably gonna be the same way. I don't think he's gonna go for a weak lane like Ornn, looking at his playstyle the first 2 games. Although I do not really know the guy, so maybe he could. All of them bans. Yeah, they are looking to ban on this top laner here.
Yeah, but I mean, he's still got the Kled available. He's still got the Gwen available. They're taking away the Ornn.
Okay. Feels like TD needs to go for the counter pick top here. Picking support R5 or 4, sorry. And then Kled could probably be a good blind pick here. Even though it's a bit hard and easy to counter with Shogat. But trash, okay.
Ooh, okay, so we're really doubling down on the pick comp here now. Or
Yeah.
down on the pick comp, I should say. It'll be interesting because I'm not seeing much for a team fight dynamic out of TD, which is fine, but you need to get ahead early on this comp.
Yeah. And
the
Gwen
Lissandra comes down.
Lissandra. Okay, that was pretty fast. Now, who is it gonna be in the top lane? Taking their time. Probably looking for Gwen counter picks here, and Urgot is the way.
He is an Urgot enthusiast. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, you have to be in close quarters pretty much to do any damage to to Gwen. The shotgun legs are going to be within her W, so she won't be immune from shotgun legs. It's probably going to be... He's going to try to make it really scrappy early game. I know Gwen kind of has a tough time in the early game, and once she hits 6 and gets that... I don't even know, is it still Rift Maker on Gwen? I feel like it is.
Yeah.
Once she gets that Rift Maker, she can start taking over the game. So it's going to be up to Urgot to really get that early game aggression and push.
Make sure that Gwen does not get that power spike, or else it is going to get dirty, because she can do as much work as Mordekaiser with her true damage. So She can easily take down the Elise, Sylvie, or Harry with her dashes. She can also block a lot of hooks. Stun from Elise, stun from Ari, stun from Trash, ult from Urgot. All of those can be dodged, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it's just going to be a matter of TV needs to get ahead here, I think, in the early game. They don't really have they have the Sivir scaling option, but you got no way to protect her all that. I mean, yeah, it's really just Urgot and Thresh is going to be if they can peel away for the Sivir if things go down late.
And with the game history, I don't think that they want to go for a late game here. Knowing that they tried it the first 2 games and it did not really work out. This time they really want to skirmish early game. I'm gonna go for early ganks, I think. A fast clear from Elise, maybe a level 2 or a level 3 ganks. To make sure to get...
Oh, sorry, continue. I didn't mean to cut
No, I was pretty much done trying to get Urgot or Sivir ahead early.
Yeah, I mean, it's still, CV still has a lot of lockdown on their team with the Wukong ultimate that's going to be able to sneak past that, front line you got. And then with the Lissandra, it's still kind of like a similar idea with the Ahri. It's just not as fast paced. I mean, you can still get in there with the claw, and then, if you manage to get in the middle of the team, you drop that AoE stun, and then you still got your ulti. So there's a lot of pick potential. You still got the disengage option with Renata. And even Wukong can be used as disengage. I really like CB's comp better here. I think dive comps will beat a poke comp like 9 times out of 10, or not poke comp. Well, yeah, they are a poke comp, but pick comp mainly. They don't have a ton of poke, so yeah, dive comps will typically beat pick comps in my opinion. And then you just gotta hope that you get ahead early and make sure you get ahead early, or these Thresh and Urgot have to be on the ball for peeling for that Sivir to do what she's got to do in the late game.
Yep, and looking at Sakura's playstyle, well, he does like to get in the team fights from behind or with the TP. I don't think he's going to be much help for those healing, so I think he's going to have to rely more on his Thresh than anything else here.
Well, with that, we're going to let this pick ban phase go in game and wait out the spectacle play, and we will see you on the possible match point for CB in this Best of 5 series.
Yes.
Welcome back to this Game 3 in the Best of 5 series, CB Rangers versus a TD Cheers. Looks like both teams right off the bat are having the same idea
Yeah,
on opposite ends of the map.
this is pretty funny. And no ghost this time from CB, going for a heal. Misogynic boats invades on each sides. Now, is someone gonna get picked? Because we can see that bot lane and mid lane are resetting right now. And Wukong is okay, everybody's resetting except Gwen. Oh no, they're patting there. If they stay, they could get a pick here.
I did ask TD to try something new this game, and it looks like they're going to, but are they going to stick it out? Looks like they're just going to get their ward down and walk out.
No. Unfortunate for them, they are leaving as soon as Wukong in the bot lane is arriving. Wait, Gwen is here? Why did Gwen go down? Probably try to get an early kill?
Probably for the extra insurance.
Yeah. No,
Rather
she's
have a
going up.
5v5 in the bot lane than a 5v4.
Yeah.
So they will know that Wukong starts on his red buff. No really vision placed in from CB in the top side of TD's jungle, which is kind of a misplay in my opinion, because now you'd have a little bit better tracking onto the Elise. Prama losing these early trades here on the Urgot, but that's what we were talking to expect.
Yeah. Right now, looking at this real quick, no special summoner spell or runes were used here. Pretty basic stuff. Urgot already taking advantage of his Dane. He knows he's winning this, so I'm surprised he went TP though. But hey, he could have got those first bloods pretty easily with that ignite. Looks like every lane, for now, bot lane is getting pushed, top lane is getting pushed, and so is mid lane. Ari already looking for a deep ward in the river. Both junglers are perfectly timed on their clear. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, hopefully see some action. We see Urgot going down for some deep vision, hoping to catch out that Wukong on vision pretty early. Prama coming down to assist just in case it is an invade, realizing it's not.
Goes back to his lane. Looks like Barak is having a harder time here with the every poke. Oh, Tress misses the first hook. Might be a play top here for first column.
Elise should be looking for an invade here, and it looks like she is. I believe
Yeah.
she's got more early game damage, should be able to win this trade if it comes down to it. Wukong.
She is fighting right. Ari's gonna go. Urgot staying top.
Quite a bit of training. Both flashes coming out from the ADC. Looks like most of the damage will be equalized onto the support, coming out relatively even in the bot lane. I'm really curious to see how this late game pans out, because I don't see a lot of options for keeping the Sivir safe. I mean, yes, you have the Thresh to W her out, and maybe the ulti to cover her from the Wukong, you know, engage and whatnot, but I really gotta give the draft over to Rangers here. I mean, they've been doing the same thing, and it just really seems to work. I mean, yes, he took away the Mordekaiser finally. Black Eyed Peas kind of catching out Elise here, but I don't think he wants this 1v1. Prama rotating down, getting very low, forced to flash. E comes down. This should be an early kill onto Black Eyed Peas. Yeah, Wukong is a lot later game than people like to think.
Yeah.
I mean, Elise is very strong right now in the early games, especially going the electrocute. There's just not enough sustained damage on the Wukong to be able to take that fight.
Looks like it was a little mistake made from CB here, thinking that they could win this early 2v2. With Chroma getting some good poke on Sakroza. Irie is rotating top here, but she is spotted. I think that's why she's falling back. Wukong's here for first Drake. It is a win Drake. Okay.
Well, step one's completed. You know, what you needed
Yeah.
for TD is to start getting ahead early, and you got that early kill onto Elise, which is going to be able to, better impact her lanes. She gets this Sork shoes on the first back, and so she's going to be a little bit more mobile. Plus, with the early magic pen, I mean, she's going to do more damage inevitably, and
Yeah.
then she's got the Dark Seal as well. So if she can get some more of these early plays to, work out for her, she's going to start ramping very quickly. So, I mean, these lanes, do you think they're going about how they should right now?
I feel like it for let's start with top lane. He did take advantage early game like he should have, but now feels like he's just getting out poked by Sakroza. Well, there's a fight in the bot lane here. Wukong is going to get away. Bot lane is I feel like old man Genetic should have been a bit more aggressive, maybe trying to get a kill with Peacemaker, but I mean it's pretty even right now with the CS. Oh, maybe a gank
Black
here.
Eyed Peas, the hook falls, a missed time spell shield, but the Thresh able to lantern out. Elise coming down, getting the E to come. Electrocute procced, but they just don't seem to have the damage with Barak TPing down to tower, landing the big stun. Toxic Koopa will fall, and now it's a 4v3. Health bars are still a go for CB. Thresh coming nearly down to death. This is going to be an easy pickup. Reboot responding with a kill of his own, but ultimately it's a 2-for-1 so far. The charm lands, but they should just be able to walk away.
Yeah, looks
Old Man
like mid
Genetic
lane.
looking for a little bit more.
Yeah, trying to get this trash kill. And to finish what I was saying, mid lane for now is gonna go for Barak, but before that kill, feels like it was pretty even. 1-for-1, if I remember correctly. Karma's gonna crush this waves. Yeah, this is pretty huge for CB here, because they might be able to take Trey. Looks like Elise was, her boots were not enough to get more kills here. A lot of the players got out low. Now Barak maybe, he's just gonna get away. Oh,
The
flash
flash
here.
arm comes through, and a little bit of punishment for sticking around a little too long from Barak. That kind of ties things up with the mid lane there. We'd like,
Yeah,
well, you'd like to keep your advantage on Lissandra, especially into this kind of, just more damage coming out from the Ari with the electrocute. Well, they both have it. I mean, end of the
he's
day, it's
good.
kind of a wash, but again, giving that lead back over to TD, which is what they want early.
Yeah. For now, this is a TD game early with a little bit of Gold League. Looks like they're gonna get first Drake. Wukong is not looking to trade it for Rift, maybe a little bit later, sorry. Tress might be looking mid, looking at his placement, maybe for a little pick on Barak here. Yes, I think he's gonna go for it.
But he should just be able to get out of this, no
Yes.
problem. Black Eyed Peas looking for possibly a re-engage, decides, no, I don't want to fight in a fully stacked minion wave. Never mind, goes for it anyway.
Yeah, he is pretty aggressive and he's going for those trades pick. Oh, this might be. Oh, they don't have any stuns for Elman Genetic and he's just gonna get away with it. Both supports are coming back to lane. Top lane is still pretty equal, just fighting off only 12 CS down for Mr. Krama. A bit hard on this matchup, but it's gonna. Oh shit! I find mid lane. They might get a pick on Avery here. She's gonna go back to her team. Bot lane might rotate.
Rotations on the way. It looks like we're going to be a little too deep from there. The Renata ulti comes out, but I don't think even if it lands, they can do much with Barak's HP. And your Varus didn't rotate as well. So, obviously a better start for TD so far. Top lane, you're seeing a small CS advantage, or not small, it's a 10 CS advantage in the top lane right now. So, relatively everything's going according to plan on TD. I'd like to see... I feel like Black Eyed Peas is getting caught in this trap of so much action happening around the map that he's kind of foregoing some of these camps for low percentage plays right now. I'd like to see him farm it out a little bit better. That That's going to get you back into the game. But we're seeing a 3-man top. The Cocoon lands, and there's just no shot for Krama after the Urgot ulti lands.
Yeah,
And
they were looking for this first rift.
Yeah.
Now they are getting it. Saber is farming along bot. Does not look like CB is gonna contest it. They might, although contest second Drake here, since this Mountain Drake might be better for them to have it than them. Oh, wait, maybe we'll go for the steal. No, he leaves.
It's just a lot of classic standoff happening right now in the Rift Herald pit for now.
Yeah.
It's tough because all your gold's on your Lissandra right now, and she doesn't have the quite the same roaming opportunity as the Ahri does in prior games. So honestly, real big on TD for taking away that pick. Looks like we could see Sakroza falling victim to a top gank, but the damage just isn't there, I don't think. Elise with the respawn lands the Cocoon onto Wukong, and he is going to fall, adding another stack to the Dark Seal, looking for the charm onto Krama, but the wave will not allow it. Barak's going to hop over the wall, being there to support as well. And it looks like CB's probably just going to have to back off on this one. Potentially a dive setup here. Ahri's on the flank with Barak and Tribush still. Very dangerous, but Sakroza's health is relatively low. Barak looking onto Sakroza here, but he's back. Oh, he barely comes through with it. Traded 1-for-1 so far. Krama's got to respect the Ahri here. A little bit of trading in the bot lane, but ultimately just takes the 1-for-1. Yeah, unfortunately that Lissandra claw is a little slow, so it's very easy to react with the Urgot E, because you know exactly where she's going to land. Unfortunate there, but honestly, I think you take the 1-for-1 if you're CB right now, just getting more gold tacked on. It's another Dark Seal product. This Elise pick is kind of working out for him right now.
Yes, it is. I could easily see impossible Dark Seal on Area as well, looking at Harry's game. Looking, sorry, at the early game. Maybe even for Lissandra. Right now, unfortunately, Krama has had to give a death. But is still scaling pretty well, following Mr. Urgot, not from behind. So far behind, sorry. And bot lane looking pretty even, again, kills in CS. So for now, this is a TD game with especially kills in the mid lane and the jungle, but we never know what can happen, so we're gonna see what goes in first objective. Sakura is going back top to match Gwen, so he does not get that much gold.
Red
Speaking
side
of cool.
picking up priority in the Dragon. Gotta keep those stacking with the lead you have now. CB doesn't really have a way to answer this as of yet, aside for a Black Eyed Peas steal. Playing it slow, though. You got Prio in both lanes, and I feel like you just win the fight. I don't know if I agree with this, but I mean, obviously you can always take the safer option. Maybe look for some more plates on the mid, and that looks like that's what they're going to do. Will CB pull the trigger on this Dragon while they are taking this tier 1? It looks like they are.
They
don't have fast damage. They're approaching.
There's going to be a
on the back
sandwich
flank
behind,
here. If they survive it long enough. Big Renata ulti. Wukong ult coming down, causing mass chaos. This is a CB fight win if I've ever seen one. Able to respond with the Elise on the backside, but it looks like CB should be able to take this fight all the way down to the end. Toxic Koopa still doing quite a bit of damage. Reboot Van coming in on the backside and ends up being a 3-for-3.
Yep, triple kill for the ADC of CB, which is huge for him right now. He's gonna take the advantage over the other ADC, I think, from now on.
They're starting up the Dragon, but the health bars are so low, and I don't know if they do it fast enough. You have an Elise with a Thresh Expressway on the way. You better take this quick and get out.
Yeah, both of them have a dash. Yeah, it's pretty safe exit here. Yeah. I think Kurama's back in the game with his 5th assist. Unfortunately, no kills, but still going for that scaling.
But as we said, the Rift Maker is completed, so Krama's going to have a little bit
Yeah.
more damage to a little bit more pull in these team fights from here on out.
Yep. Looks, yeah, CB was able to make sure that Lissandra was staying mid to possible sandwich TD, who I think got a bit of stressed. Like they were planning on taking the tower, which was the good idea. But then when they saw CB on Drake, they just said, "Oh no!" I think they kind of panicked and they went on Drake, so that Barak was able to go behind them and just do an enormous amount of damage on the backline. Well,
So, obviously on red side, with the lead you have, you're looking to try to take down some of these towers, but the only one that's relatively closest top, do you think the play is to try to free up the Urgot to roam around the map a little bit more, or...
looking at the Swift timer, I think the best play would be to possibly take down the top turret to then go for a Rift. As we can see, Eri and Lissandra are both panning top, so I think that's the idea for both of the teams to try to get this top tower out before Rift. 15 seconds.
Peacemaker getting caught with a almost full combo from Elise, taking an electrocute, forced to back here. That gives him very good prio for the Rift Herald here.
Nice piece on the bait.
Baby Daddy, base checking a Wukong. Unfortunately, not strong enough to really do too much about it yet.
Huge damage on Ulma Genetic here on the other ADC. He's gonna have to reset, so that's gonna be a 5v or 4v4, except with Barak's DP.
So we're back
Looks
in
like
the game
Vision.
with cat and mouse here.
Yep.
You gotta get at least one lane pushed out to be able to really contest this. Old Man Genetics getting caught out on the backside by the Ari Charm. Altis come down. Will they be able to keep Peacemaker and Old Man Genetics alive long enough? 2 flashes come down. Wukong doing God's work, trying to make this happen.
Yeah.
It's so far 1-for-1, both supports down. Krama on the backside looking for the flash onto Elise. Sakroza pumping out a lot of damage with the shockdown legs. Alti comes down. Barak trying to get Toxic Koopa. It's ultimately going to be a 2-for-2, or 2-for-3, sorry.
Yeah.
And health bars are a little low on CB yet. Old Man Genetics trying to pick up as much farm as he can.
Wait, looks like Mr. Old Man Genetic is going for a build that I never saw before on Varus. First
Vitality?
item, yeah, Proudest Claw. I never saw Proudest Claw on an ADC. That's a new thing to me.
It's a little interesting, but I don't know if you're ever going to use that active, honestly.
Yeah,
maybe he knows something I don't, but...
Is he gonna jump on someone? I feel like the ADC needs space, not really jump on an enemy. But looking at this, TD does have the ward advantage right now, which was not the case last game. Sever might look to take this emitter to get gold. And speaking of gold, could we get a gold, little gold upgrade on both teams?
Yeah, so we're seeing a 2k gold lead in... Or, sorry, 1.5 for Sakroza over Krama. We're seeing about 1.5 over on Elise over Wukong. Another pretty even in the mid lane. The skirmish is coming down.
Yeah, well.
Looking on the flip onto Gwen. Gwen's gonna get the W. Sorry, I'm losing my words here. Black Eyed Peas trying to knock up anybody, keeping Barak safe. Barak getting ulted by the Urgot, and it looks like the Kroos is gonna be able to clean this up with the shotgun legs.
Yeah. Everybody's low though after that fight. This is pretty unfortunate for CB. Urgot was just doing a shit ton of damage. Oh, sorry for this word, but it was just insane on all of those players. Kind of like Krama last game. I feel like he was mad after those 2 games that he decided to get the big boy out and then be the damage dealer. 6 and 2 and 5. Pretty huge for TD right now. If I had to choose, I feel like TD is in a pretty safe position right now with a 5k gold lead. Going to go for this Drake. All 5 players are going for it. Yeah, like 5 minutes ago, huge warding difference in between CB and TD right now. Looks like CB forgot about wards. because TD just has wards everywhere on Nash, mid, but and around this Drake. Might see a pick soon here on this ADC or no.
Look, coming down onto Krama. Ulti from Thresh coming down. Barak getting dangerously low. The W coming out from Renata. Ulti, there's just not enough for CB to put out. And it, with Urgot all falling, it really just seems like TD is running away with this game, which is honestly what they had to do. It's really unnerving for CB right now in this game state. You're down, 6k gold, almost 8k, or 7k, sorry, and powers are starting to fall for TD. What do you think CB needs to do to get back into this game?
I feel like they are in the same position that TD was last game. Like right now, they have the money problem because this fight was good for CB, but they just did not have the damage. So they need to hope, like, see, Shutdown just showed up. So they need to take the shutdowns fast before they go out, try to get at least top and mid. Probably bot also would be good. Maybe get a Nash here and there because they need to get back on this gold track. Probably go for safe plays, maybe get picks, 1 or 2, get 2v1s, not go for a full on 5v5 because they are for sure gonna lose this because of the money bag. Like every player's on 2 or 3 items, while on CB, everyone's only has 1 item on their side. Yeah, I feel like they just need to farm right now, get those shutdowns, and they might have a chance to come back if TD makes the same mistake that they did 2 games ago with their early lead. Now, with that much of a gold league, I'm pretty scared right now for CB.
So we see the
What
ulti
about
come
you?
out from Old Men Genetics. Yeah, I mean, it's really kind of tough because you gotta. The late game doesn't seem like it's really in sight right now. I mean, we're approaching 23 minutes, but they still have the Sivir, and the Sivir is very strong and ahead. It just feels like, I don't know. I don't even know if it's a target focus problem or what, but it seems like Wukong's job is not so simple when there's multiple targets that need to be focused instead of just the ADC. I think it's going to be a matter of CB needs to find these picks before they fight now. You need to get the numbers advantage, because just straight up 5v5ing, you're not going to be able to contest these objectives anymore. You got to find someone scraggling out in no man's land and hope just to get a numbers advantage and flip the odds in your favor at this point, I think.
Yeah. CB might be looking for a Nash here. They're probably going to be looking for a fight, clearing all those wards. There was just too many. That's good for them. And Gwen is resetting. She is going to be a little late, except if she TPs. Looks like CB is already falling down. I think they have to give this Nash, because they did not really take a pick before. Severe's not here. Maybe they could... it's pretty hard right now to see if they could win this or no.
ED's got to just pull the trigger, I think. They're so much stronger. They're winning every fight. I think you just start this and you force CB to walk into you, but not focus the Baron. You take the fight as soon as it's presented. And that looks like that's what they're doing right now. They got the TP out from Krama. Here comes the Renata ult. They're all backing off, but now it's just in disarray. You have no Renata ult for the disengage, and CB really intelligently backs out of this scenario now.
Yeah. Trash ult was used during that fight. Larry ult was also used. From CB side on you, Renata ult was used. So for now, this is a CB win for this little battle. They did not win war, but they for sure did win this little battle. Now, yeah, it looks like both teams are not going to go for this Nash anymore. Urgot's going to go bot. There are those waves. They take their first shutdown, which is pretty good for them. Might go for top now, because they still have those shutdowns. Or they could simply go for an Urgot kill or an ADC kill right now with 600 gold. Shutdown, even mid, could be huge for them. Yep.
Last Whisper coming through on the Sivers. She's going to have a little bit more penetration through all of the CB lineup here. I think it's still the same strategy for TD. I think you got to keep trying to force these fights onto Grandma. Hitting the stopwatch on accident looks like that's another big cooldown blown. But yeah, I think you just keep forcing these fights at the ejectives while you're ahead, and then CB I think just has to respond by making plays on the opposite side of the map. You got these objective bounties up right now. You need to. I don't think they win a straight up 5v5 anymore. So unless the pick's there, I think they just have to look for opposite map plays. Granted, you never want to let the objective go, but you also can't afford to die or give up a ace again to TD.
Even if it would be hard, I think on them, I feel like CB needs to take a flip here and take Nash instead of Drake. Even though it does not look like that's what they're gonna go for. Both team are looking to fight this Nash.
If you're looking for a flip, I think you're just banking on a Wukong steal. I don't think you can take the fight because they're not gonna. At this point, TD has the luxury of not having to take the flip. They're just gonna turn on the fight.
Yeah, that's why CB should have taken at least maybe tower top or Nash to get the gold because I don't think that they're gonna get this Drake.
Behind the Drake, they don't really have a way in except through choke points, and TD is just burning down this dragon. There goes Wukong, almost going for it, and then the ulti comes down, and this is what I'm talking about. These 5v5s feel so hard. Old man genetics down. You don't have your damage anymore. Thresh with the beautiful flash Q, pulling Barak back in. Stopwatch goes down. They answer one back. Elise Grandma putting out some damage.
Wait,
the W comes down. They just need to kill Sakroza, but the
Sakroza's down.
I'm actually surprised that CB is able to turn this back to a 3-for-3.
See, that was the mistake that I was talking about earlier. CB was able to take over this fight, killing Sakroza, getting a huge shutdown. Oh, never mind, he was already gone. But still, they did not manage to get Sivir or Abby here. Fortunate, but... And they did miss Drake. So I feel like it's, yes, a little win for CB, but TD is not is clearly not behind him to this fight. Oh, Black Eyed Peas, and he managed to get away.
I mean, you definitely
TD
take
looks
3-for-3, but it still puts them on soul point with Hextech Drake.
Yeah.
Ultimately, I feel like it's a win for TD just because of the Drake and that putting them on soul point, just being such a huge boost to their team fight that I honestly didn't expect that they would have this good of a team fight. But I don't know if that's just wallet privilege or what. I want to see, not that they have much of it, but I want to see CB start poking out a little bit more for, prior to these fights. And that might be the difference that they need.
Yeah, look like TD might be looking for a possible Nash here. Or maybe get a pick first. Lots of wards were placed in that river. Sakroza is looking to rotate. We said before, I was gonna take the stopwave. Yeah, right now TD is pretty much dictating the play here, so CB just have to follow and trying to find those small mistakes to get those shutdowns fast.
It's hard for me to see a way where CB is now winning these fights. I mean, they're landing, consistent triple knockups with Wukong with the Renata all layered on top, but and then even I think the hard part is Barak is one of your strongest members right now. And in order for him to layer on that CC, he's got to dive into the middle of the team and then ulti and hope that your team does enough to that you don't just get instantly blown up by the time you're out of it.
Yep. Oh, this is looking for a huge fight here. Might get a pick on Ari. Let's go.
Pick on Ari. Don't know if the double ulti was necessary there. That's going to put CB in a disadvantage for this next fight, but they will have number advantage.
Yeah, still huge shutdown for Black Eyed Peas here.
You're almost getting caught out there, taking a hefty toll to his HP bar. Black Eyed Peas looking for the engage onto the support. You gotta remember there's an ADC and an Elise free firing on you in the back. They gotta burn him down fast. They do. And now you could almost look for a Baron play here. The HP bars are a little low, but Black Eyed Peas should be able to tank this. And then
They are going to look for it here.
From the Lissandra. I think that's what they're going to look for.
Yeah, they are. Oh, and they might... Yeah, okay. Lissandra's TP back.
Yep, they're going to start pulling the trigger on this Baron.
Yeah.
They do have TP from Urgot, so we could still end up looking for a fight. Barak playing the zoning position for the Elise, getting rid of that Blast Cone. It looks pretty favorable for CB right now. We just got to make sure that Elise can't get over the wall. TD's kind of on the back foot. This should be his Baron over to CB, and it will be. Barak eating in and getting blown up for it. That is not what you need in this point of the game.
That was a huge mistake from Barak here.
He will not be up for the next dragon fight as well. This is sole point for TD.
Yep.
And now the tables have turned. They have the numbers advantage. Pryal already being set up for TD for this dragon. And I think at this point, CB just has to look for either the Wukong steal and just let your players Baron out these lanes and, get back any objective gold, because it is not going to look good for a 5v4 right now.
Yeah, it feels like they just said, yeah, well, they just give out this drake for free. Now Chroma's going to take Shutdown top.
Yes, you get
Soul, you get down.
Old Man Genetics is not on the right side of that wall. Going to be popped. Looking for more on red side. Sakroza.
Ulting before dying for Peacemaker.
That's just not really you can do for Renata there. And now what was an excellent CB take of Baron is now an excellent response from TD off the really unacceptable death from Barak there, if we're being completely honest.
Yeah, that was. I feel like there was a misclick from him, but if it was not,
he had to click it twice to take it. He can choose not to take it.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, maybe a little mistake from him that caused them soul.
Maybe a little catch out onto Elise now though, and it just seems like both teams are trying to throw this game to the other team right now.
Yeah. So we're having trouble taking this blue. Alright. Yeah, look at this vision around Nash right now for red team. It is just amazing. Well, I feel like every lane except mid is getting, and top is getting gapped by vision.
But if you're CB, you got to start looking to push that vision forward. It's not doing you any good when Nasher's down for another 4 minutes. You got to start taking control of this jungle. Using Baron buff waves, it's Reload Van just kind of forcing them off in the 2v1. The good news for CB is they still have Baron empowered minions. They can still kind of look to get, some sort of pressure back in their favor. Looks like objective bounties have dropped off too. We're down to a 7k gold lead right now. Or sorry, math is hard. It's only a 3k gold lead, Ixie.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the game's back within CB's reach, I'll say that. I need to see another well-placed team fight before I really give them too much credit. But
yeah, if you look at the builds, right?
Possible.
Yep, and following what you just said, looking at the build, Gwen is now ahead. I feel like she's ahead of Mr. Urgot and of Mr. Elise, who had the lead early. Now Gwen with 3 items and a book is pretty dangerous.
Gwen is still 2k gold down on the Urgot.
Okay.
Wukong is 1k gold up on the Elise. Barak is still behind 1k from Reboot. And then ADC, there's a 2k gold lead differential for Toxic Koopa is ahead, and then supports are Renata is up 1k. So I mean, you have leads, but there's not enough in certain situations for me to give CB a look here. It looks like Old Man Genetics just barely going to get away with his life, but the snipe from Sakroza, and now it's a 4v5. Peacemaker getting taken low, W down, and now TD just kind of gets to take over blue side of the map now. I mean, you can farm out, take away those hams from Black Eyed Peas. You can kind of set up more vision in your favor again, which they do have. It's very teetering right now. CB hasn't lost it, but they're gonna go for a big push here onto the mid tower. It looks like you don't have the same wave clear you used to have. Grandma kind of posturing up aggressively, but not going to be able to find really much. Urgot's pushing in top wave. Bot. The only thing that really CB has going for him is they have a pushing bot lane right now, and if you're on the side of TD, that's not going to last very much longer.
Yeah.
But we are getting to that classic, like, 40-minute mark where one team fight is going to change the game now. And I'm curious to see who you think is going to take it. I do think the just quote-unquote wombo combo of CB is still very, very, very prevalent. But I'm curious to see how you think this next team fight's going to go.
To be honest here, I feel like a full-on 5v5, like for example in the mid lane, feel like TD is gonna take the dub on that. But if CB can do their special 4v5 and have Mr. Barak in the back lane going in with his ult, I feel like that could do a lot of damage. Or Mr. Crummer in the back lane, feel like they could possibly win. I feel like they have a way to win the 5v5, but they either need to get a pick or to get a sandwich, or else straight up like right now, feel like it's a loss for CB, unfortunately. That would be my take. Especially with that soul, it's pretty hard for CB. Yeah, they need to. I feel like they really need to play off TD's mistakes here.
So
possible Nashun.
I was also looking into this. I have a little man in the ear telling me that you go the Prowler's Claw just because it's the most lethality. You're not looking for the active out of it, but just the sheer lethality of it is apparently enough.
Okay. And I was gonna say about this all genetic builds. Oh wait, maybe after this possible team fight mid, maybe for Elder here.
If you're CB here, I don't think you want to take a fight in the jungle.
No, really not.
The threat of that Urgot ulti, I think, is just a little bit more than the threat of the Wukong ulti, in my opinion.
Yep, TD's gonna go for this Elder Drake for sure. Sorry, for sure here. CB's gonna. I don't see how they can go for it. This is pretty much like third Drake here.
Yeah, it's gonna be looking for a steal, if anything. Black Eyed Peas getting that W ready. Ari's on the flank. You might be able to look before Ari gets there. They're poking out as much as they can. They're not taking this dragon all too fast. Letting Old Man Genetics get a bit of damage off, and it looks like it's going to reset slightly. They're looking for the pick on. Wukong
going
in on the dragon. I don't see who got it. It looks
TD.
like it was TD.
Yeah, he missed the smite, and I feel like that's close to game if it is not.
Death timers are long. TD should be able to end here.
Yeah.
Sakroz is pushing in the bot lane. The rest of TD is opting for mid.
Oh, all this miss on Sakroza, okay.
Maybe not an end angle, but definitely should be able to pick up 2 inhibitors. It looks like they're all ending mid. They might look for it.
Yeah, but then Urgot thinking or Trash might be able to take 1/3.
Yeah, I don't think the minions are there. Grandma taking aggressively low. Old Man Genetics getting hard engaged on. He's gonna pop.
Grandma is trying to get a poke with his ult. Not working, unfortunately. And everybody's gonna leave. Resetting the X-Gate. And he's just gonna leave.
Pretty wise for TD to walk out here. Ping's going down for assistance on Baron. Doesn't really look like there's a whole lot CB could do here. Yeah, I mean, with the threat of the Elder Drake, it is really hard for CB to do anything unless they catch him on the push here. Grandma, not able to. He gets appeared to be cocooned. Black Eyed Peas, does he have the ult up? He does. But the rest of TD shows up.
Kurama, wait, Renata getting 2 kills from her ult.
Yep.
And Kurama getting 1, and it is done with the Elder buff.
I mean,
Yes.
valiant effort. They do get 3, but unfortunately, Sakroza, full health, is probably going to be able to do a number on these towers. If you're Barak and Varus, you're just looking to wave clear as best as you can, but these super minions are going to be tanky.
Yep, Elder buff. I have no idea if it ends soon or no, but if they still have it. Oh, they're leaving. Maybe they don't have it.
Urgot has it. I don't think Ahri does.
Yeah, possible next Nash. Red team is pinging it, so they're probably gonna go for clear the blue, put wards, and then go for this Nash fight, which is surprising since they feel like they could just 5-man mid and end at this point, but they're just gonna pick another objective before that. Now, do you think that CB still has a chance or no?
Well, only 1 inhibitor's down. So, you do have a decent amount of wave clear. Not a lot, but Elder Dragon is off most members now. I do think they can still fight for the Baron. Like I said, these 41-minute, like these post 40-minute team fights really can just make or break. I mean, while TD is up almost 10k again, it just takes that one team fight. We're at the point where death timers are so long that there's a lot that can get done with them. I think if CB plays their cards right and layers the CC properly, they do have a chance. Looks like Baron's starting up. But you need to find these picks if you can. If you can take out Ahri. They almost had it last fight. It'll be close now. Red team gets the Baron. Only 1 is caught by the Renata ulti. That still looks like they're looking for it. Sakroza going down early would be helpful, but they just don't have the damage. Barak falls. Black Eyed Peas falls. It doesn't look good, Grandma. And that's going to be game.
Yep, unfortunate.
You had to try. You had to try. There was no way you're stopping the Baron push now.
Alright, now after this game, I don't feel like there's gonna be a change in the bans, but do you feel like CP is gonna ban some of those picks from TD?
Ultimately, it's tough to say because I feel like CB got a little bit confident.
Yeah.
And they did have a lot of early picks fall, which is what allows this team comp to do what they want to do. So really, ultimately, it's going to be up to CB to decide whether or not was that just us beating ourselves and allowing their team comp to do what they want to do, or were the champs actually the problem? Props to Sakroza, honestly, getting off tank duty and saying, you know what, Grandma doesn't get to bully me in this lane anymore. And, put up a really good fight there. I don't know if you're going to try to push Sakroza back on the tanks. He seemed to perform really well on the Bruiser. Granted, we only have 1 game to sample, but we're going to a game 4, and adjustments could be made. If I'm CB right now, I'm saying, look, they tried with like a front to back protect the ADC comp. Maybe we force them on that now, or try to force them on that now. That's where we had success. But they still have 1 more game they could drop. So if they ego it and they say, you know what, that's us beating ourselves, they can afford that. But personally, I think CB needs to try to force them back on that front line, front to back kind of team comp that they weren't having the success on, because they've gotten ahead twice now. They've proven they can do it, and if you let them get that, aggressive ramping team comp, they've shown that they can run away with it.
Yep.
Do you have anything else?
Yes, I did took a note throughout the game. I was surprised to see Mr.
Welcome back to the Game 4 draft. It looks like we are seeing... an Elise ban. Alright, they took my advice. Will we see the Mordekaiser band again?
Right, hope so for TD. Same bands for TD right now. Zax and Trundle. And Wukong! Oh, it let Mordekaiser open. Is it gonna be a Mordekaiser first pick, maybe?
I doubt it. I think they're going to still try to find something engaged. Ooh, the Sivir first pick. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you can always take Mordekaiser, B2, B3. They can't ban it out now, unless they pick it away. But I don't know if Sakroza plays Mordekaiser, if I'm being honest.
Slow pick's pretty different from game 1 here. Sejuani, okay.
Back to the Sejuani.
Back to the bases.
I'm curious to see if TD does go back to that front-to-back style, heavy frontline team fight or team comp.
Ash, okay.
Potential.
Still flex for support here. Okay.
Alright. Pick phase going a little bit slower than normal. Seems like Rangers, after that loss, are now starting to question things.
Maybe go for a different approach on the game. Who knows?
There's the Mordekaiser.
Alright. We were kind of expecting that, to be honest.
Yeah.
I hope TD was expecting it, because... Alright. Pick might be the jungler here. Oh, mid lane.
The Ahri. So they decide the Mordekaiser and the Ahri are high enough prio, which I would agree.
Olaf
Instantly
is
locking
big.
Olaf.
Alright, that was pretty predictable. Another strong pick for Mr. Sakroza here.
Yep.
It's going to be interesting in the top lane.
Back on the Bruiser, which he appears to be playing better on, in this series at least.
Yep. For next ban phase, Ronaldo's out, okay. Silas.
Yeah.
You probably think it's Ash ADC since no ADC bans yet. Oh, I just saw triple jungle ban for CB, okay. And so for TD as well. Amumu.
Black Eyed Peas is a big fan of the Amumu.
Yeah. They really don't want any engaged support like the last 3 games. Probably gonna find a new one, or maybe go for an enchanter here.
I would be surprised if they do not pick Seraphine here from TD.
Yeah.
I feel
Seraphine
like-
Ash
I feel
is a
like
pretty strong
Seraphine
combo.
Is a big target for CB Rangers right
Yeah.
now. It is.
Yeah, Seraphine Ash is a pretty strong combo.
So they got plenty of engage and pick potential on the side of TD.
Yeah. TD really has a comp that I like right now.
Oh, for
CV,
sure.
we'll see. We'll see what they are going to build around that for the jungler and the support. Braum.
Okay. The Braum.
Okay, interesting.
Kind of same style. Not so much as effective, but you could still get, the big team knockup with Braum if you're positioning well.
Yep.
So the final pick will be jungle. I think they need either more frontline or engage, and there's the engage with Xin.
Yep, that's
so
what they were.
very front to back team fight from CB. And very disengaged. Well, engage slash disengage. Seraphine ulti is good at engage, but it's mostly used in disengage in this, meta, from what I've seen at least.
Yeah, from oh, Azir, interesting. Lane,
Ooh.
okay,
Okay.
that's gonna be good team fights. Still feel like Ari is gonna try, like she did the first two games, to go from behind, so she does not get picked by the Azir ult, because he's probably gonna use it on the Mordekaiser or the Braum or the Xingzao go in. So she might be able to take the pick on the Ashe or Seraphine from behind. But I
Right.
feel like the big problem from TD is going to be the Olaf going in with the Azir ult. So Mordekaiser is going to have to ult Azir out of that, so he's not a big threat. Because that wall could be annoying if someone gets traps behind it. What
Honestly,
about you?
I feel like TD wins draft here. I think they
Yeah.
have a lot of options on the way that their team fight or their team comp plays. It's just they still have pick potential on CB.
Yeah, with the Seraphine
But if
ult.
they don't get ahead early, I think it's going to be very difficult. And I feel like your main priority in this team comp for against this team comp in CP is just to make sure that Olaf does not get ahead early, because that is going to
Yeah.
speak very big trouble for you.
Yeah.
Just with the ability to say, screw everything that you guys can throw at me. I'm just going to run through it and smack you.
Yeah.
and when he's strong and ahead, he will mow down your team. And then with the follow up of the Seraphine, if Seraphine lands a huge ult, Azir can then get the Shurima Shuffle behind that. Sejuani can lock down a single, well, honestly multiple targets with the Olaf. The Olaf passive stack with Sejuani is going to be huge. I expect to see a lot of action in the top lane early, getting that Olaf ahead with the passive stacking. So, yeah, honestly, I feel like as long as Olaf gets ahead, TD runs away with this game. To be honest.
Yeah, TD really won. For now, TD is won the draft. Now CB just have to prove that they are able to take advantage of the TD's mistakes, like they did game 1 and game 2, and hope that Mordecai and Mr. Chroma gets fed and puts Olaf back in his place.
Right.
Yep.
All right. Well, I think that'll do it for our analysis of these two team comps. I think we'll send it to a break and see you after Spectator Delay for Game 4 in this best of 5 series.
Perfect.
Welcome back to Game 4 of this series. It seems like TD's finally got their foot in the ground, ready to take control. Looks like they're going to be looking for an early invade here.
Well, on the other hand, CB is gonna take 5 points, so this could be dangerous for Severe here.
The ward placed by Old Man Genetics is going to catch this out really fast. Let's see if Barak responds by putting in some deep vision in the top side jungle. They see all 5. Yep, there it is.
There's the ward. And there's the reset from everyone. Sejuani may be looking for a pick here on Peacemaker.
Looks like Kramer is actually going to opt to drop the ward instead of Barak. So CB will have the advantage of knowing where the jungler starts. Alright, runes, masteries, what does it look like?
Oh, for now, everything looks pretty normal to me. Summoner spells, back to double ghost in the bot lane.
Looks like we actually have a heal from Seraphine and the ignite from Peacemaker.
Yeah. You can clearly see that the CB is trying to be aggressive on this early game.
Sakroza playing for lane as he should with the ghost into Krama's TP. So they're going to be a TP advantage for CB later on at these objectives. Black Eyed Peas looking for a level 2 gank. One camp.
Might be a kill on Toxicolpa who's getting slowed.
Drops the
This
ghost.
might connect.
Forced to flash. Sejuani here for the counter gank. Which honestly might work out here. The flash goes down. Looking for more stacks, but can't find it. Just gonna poke back from CB.
I feel like she was getting griefed by that million minions over there. She was trying all of. Oh, the flash goes in. Maybe
the re-engage. Ignite drop. First blood going down, but traded back for Black Eyed Peas. Old Man Genetics trying to get as much damage out as he can. And that'll be a jungler for jungler trade. Both kills landing on the ADC, almost even, except for the flash was expended by Sejuani, not on Black Eyed Peas.
Still feel like that's a win for CB. Yeah, most summoners are done for CB.
Easy revisit from Black Eyed Peas within the next couple minutes here.
Sakura's are really taking advantage of that early level over Mr. Chroma here with his Olaf.
A lot of damage coming on onto Toxic Koopa here, just eating those the ricochets, and then face tanking a Q. He's sitting in that that choke point, and good on Genetics for abusing that. Looking at a Sejuani gank back in the mid lane, she's gonna get all stacks down to the Barak, and it doesn't look like there's gonna be anything he can do. Gonna be a kill going over to the Azir.
Sejuani's looking top here to get that skull. Probably not gonna look for a top gang since Krama's under his turret. That's TP down mid. Bot lane is really getting pushed by TD here, so yeah, I feel like Sejuani is invading. This might be a possible fight. Oh wait,
he's gonna check for the blue.
Yeah, Olaf is getting down. Looks like Azir is coming as well.
Yeah, that's a really safe look for Sejuani. He's got the Olaf with Prio, and mid doesn't have Prio, so he knows that he's going to have his laners rotate first, but instead of opting into the strong early game of Black Eyed Peas, he's just going to let it go, handshake it. You can have this one, but I'll be back for another one.
Yeah, if we're looking really quickly at bot lane here, we can see that CB is really taking advantage of it of CS, since Ashe is only at 8 while Severe is at 22. This is pretty huge for CB right now. Same goes with top lane within a little bit of CS lead over Olaf.
I see what Black Eyed Peas is doing here, hovering so that Barak can crash the wave and, back off, but really a lot of time wasted in terms of what I mean, he's a low econ jungler, but I'd still like to see him getting some gold intake, you know what I mean?
Yeah, there's still Wolf and Grom that needs to be taken, and there's gonna be a gank in the top lane right now, so he's not gonna be there. This might be a kill for Olaf, unfortunately.
Pick up for Olaf.
Yeah, that is unfortunate.
And
Pretty good start for Olaf.
unfortunately for CB, this early game pressure from Sejuani is really paying out right now.
Yep. First objective is done, getting Mr. Olaf fed with at least 1 kills. That's done. That's put Mr. Krama behind because he has to build healing cut instead of going full AP.
The upside is Sakros is not able to push this wave fast enough to deny the XP and most of the gold to Krama, so Krama's not going to lose out on a lot other than just the main kill. And he's actually going to pull that wave out, and pretty much he's going to be able to pick up this entire wave. Really well played by Krama. Great wave manipulation by him.
Yep, pretty clean. Looks like this might be a Drake fight here. Sejuani's looking for it by warding it. Maybe grump into a Drake?
Well, with the wave states, Sejuani can't really look on this dragon right now. She doesn't have the priority, unless they'd have to sack a lot to go for this dragon right now. It's probably just getting more of just setting up for it. They plan to take it soon, but just now's not the right time.
Yeah. Looks like Sejuani's looking butt. She's not level 6 yet. Oh, wait. Good bait from enemy bot lane. Now everybody's going in.
Black Eyed Peas can get a good counter gank off here. It looks like he's getting zoned out. But ultimately, CB should be taking a better trade until this engage. Not really much you can do if they get the final pass. There it is, onto Peacemaker. And now we got the Azir here with the Shurima shuffle and perfectly executed dive by TD. And that is not what you want to see from the side of CB. Brock scrambling to get anything back that he can, but he just doesn't have the damage. Forced to flash, and this game is slowly running away. Kudos to Reboot for that wonderful Shurima shuffle.
That was pretty clean. Only taking 1 tower shot there, getting both kills. Even though Mrs. Severe is 20 CS ahead, Ash with 3 kills, it was pretty much even. I feel like maybe even winning this lane right now. These Chromas even in CS in the top lane, same mid lane, and jungle is just pretty huge CS lead for Mrs. Sejuani here. In fact, it's a pretty rough early game. Might look for this Drake for Sejuani.
Yeah, Ash can easily force in a wave here. Sejuani's on a reset. So they're probably going to look for a bounce back mid and then shove. And then bot lane just kind of needs to get this wave crashed. Sejuani could easily look to just run bot here. There's no way they lose a 3v3 or a 4v4 at the dragon right now. But Sejuani's opting to clear her top side. Probably could look for a play on to Krama and then into a Rift Herald.
Yep. Yeah, she might go for deep wards here. Looking at this. Azur's moving. Yeah, this is clearly an actually Rift angle, sorry. Olaf is rotating as well. Zinzao is going in the bot lane. Might flip it for a Drake here. Because they don't have Prio.
Yeah, you just got to look for an opposite play. They're too strong right now. You can't contest this Herald, so it looks like Zinzao could be starting up Dragon here. He's got his bot lane pushing. They need to crash this wave and get to him as soon as possible. Because Zinzao doesn't clear this fast.
And Durak might be looking for a steal here. Oh, he missed. Now will he live? Oh, and that was a mistake. Oh, wait!
He's got the ulti, so he could be fine here. Ultimately, I don't know if it's worth to even go for that. I mean, I guess if you get the steal, you're a hero, you know. Add that to the highlight reel, but ultimately, now you're just down on ulti, and, you know, relatively free pickings on the gank, because you still don't have flash. Sejuani gonna smite this crab away, it looks like, and it's just really hard for Black Eyed Peas to play into this right now.
Yep. Top lane still going pretty fine, even though Mr. Olaf is ahead.
Was gonna get jumped on by Peacemaker, but they're not going to be able to get that damage down. An ulti wasted, and now the re-engaged Old Man Genetics cleanse, or nope, sorry, Spell Shield, because that's a Sivir.
Yeah.
And then yeah, you lose Peacemaker to
IBS.
an excellent counter, not even counter gank, but just good timing on the Sejuani being there for that play. And now you gotta start really getting the gears turning on CB. You can't really fight them. You can't contest these next objectives coming up really, and you gotta start maybe. It's really tough at this point in the game. You're playing a relatively scaling comp into also a really relatively scaling comp with the added effect that your Olaf is slightly ahead right now. It's honestly, if I'm Sejuani right now, I'm thinking bot lane's got this for the most part. As long as they're playing smart with this 3-kill lead, double down on the Olaf at this point.
Yep. Because bot lane's pretty even with the. Oh wait, this might be a kill mid. Oh, and
This is the W. The charm lands, but I don't think they have enough. Black Eyed Peas has really no way to get into that fight. And without the mark, doesn't really do a whole lot.
Wait. Sejuani might be looking for a pick here.
Zero roaming down. Could be looking for trying to catch somebody out, but CB is going to very wisely kind of back up. And Black Eyed Peas is probably going to look to get into a bush here, but it's warded. All right, he's gonna show on minions now. I don't think they win this 3v3, but Old Man Genetics playing pretty far up for knowing the Sejuani's there. She can't really do much to get in there, but ultimately waves are gonna be cleared. We're gonna have an even wave state, but Sejuani is Alcove Gaming. Black Eyed Peas at the ready for the counter. And it looks like CB is just gonna say, yeah, you can crash into us. We like this better.
Yeah. Oh wait, going in from Black Eyed Peas here.
Knock up on Sejuani, double flash. The ulti comes through, but they're gonna find a pick onto Seraphine. And Old Man Genetics gets a little bit of gold. Trying to crawl back into this game. So with that, CB can kind of look to crash this wave, maybe get it back on the bot lane, and get gold advantage. Black Eyed Peas has other plans as they look for the dive here. Misses the W, misses the Q. It's a little bit harder now, but it should be relatively easy. Yep. No casualties on the play. Shutdown goes over to Zinzao.
Wait, might be a play here, but in the meantime, Top is getting a rift for him, so it's gonna be a little bit of gold for Mr. Sproza. Alright, Roma's getting all of those EN for the poke.
So if you're CB, you're kind of taking a deep breath now and saying, okay, we got some gold back onto our carry. Maybe this game isn't so far out of sight. Mitigating that gold lead back to 1.3k for the side of TD. Azir's not really getting very good looks on these roam timers, and you'd like to see him get a little bit more evolved for the side of TD. But, I mean, you're still comfortable if you're on the side of TD right now.
Yeah, clearly this is far from being lost, only 1.5k. I feel like you just need to play it a bit more slowly, trying to get a pick or two before objective, because I feel like TD still has the money advantage right now if they do a 5v5 and an objective. Even though Mart has TP, Drake is up soon. So this could be a 5v4 in the bot lane. But if that happens, I pretty much know that Olaf's going to be able to take this top turret with his W. So this is a dangerous flip if they want to go for it.
TD kind of surrendering that control of River right now. They're CB stacking as 3. They have an RE ready to rotate, but it's going to be a little bit harder. She doesn't have the prio. They're going to opt to start the dragon. do they clear it fast enough? It looks like Sejuani is going to get in there really quickly. And with the Seraphine ulti back up and the Ashe ulti back up, this could be dangerous for CB. Barak zoning out as much as they can. They finish off the dragon. They get the final proc onto Sejuani, and they can look to start dealing damage. Krama did TP down. Olaf is heading mid, but CB gets a big Braum ulti, but tanks it to the face with a Seraphine ult. That looks like Toxic Koopa going down. Reboot Van runs right into a Zinzao. This is the play that CB needed to get back into the game.
Yeah, Krama did a huge ult on the mid laner here to kind of cancel his ult, because if I look correctly, I think it went into the Brazil and not into the map, so that was pretty huge for him. And Olaf, without the TP, is just out of disadvantage here. This might be a possible rift here for both teams.
I really dislike Olaf running down there. You know you don't have the TP advantage. You got to tell your team, yo, if you're looking for this, that's fine, but you got to answer back with a turret. You could have gotten first turret, and now you just lose it to the Sivir, which is not what you want, getting more gold onto that scaling option. And so what does Sikrosa do? He runs all the way down river, and his team's dead, and goes, well, I guess I run back top lane.
Yeah, it's a couple of mistakes here.
Fight breaking out over Rift Herald. Sejuani getting kind of locked up, but that's not the proper target here. It looks like TD is going to answer back with a big 3-kill of their own, also taking the Herald. Barak needing to hit the Splats Cone to get out, not getting rooted, and he'll be able to walk away, but ultimately TD finds their way back into the lead with that one.
And this is so unfortunate because Kroza just got that triple kill, and with that first turret, he could have been so much more ahead right now than he already is. So it's still good for TD, but yeah.
And that's what we were saying. The Olaf could not get ahead in this matchup because he has too much follow-up to be able to run into your team and just swing away. And they're going to take away the blue buff because of it. So,
yeah, so is a turret. Yeah. This is bad.
It's back into kind of a tough spot for CB. They're down 3k gold coming into the almost 18-minute mark of the game. They still have a lot of gold where it needs to be, which is the good news. The bad news is TD also has quite a bit of gold where it needs to be. And with this Olaf being 4-0 now with a fully stacked Ravenous Hydra, he's gonna do what Olaf does.
Yeah, just run in, killing everyone. Forget about all of your CCs, forget about all of your charms. I'm just gonna go for that backline and kill Mr. Old Man Genetic.
Yep. Granted, CB once again has pretty decent siege potential, wave clear, and while, yes, TD has the wave clear issue, I feel like this is going to go back to game one where CB, as long as Old Man Genetics is where he needs to be, they don't get to take these towers. And that's the big thing, is when the standing gold is not taken off the map.
Yep. And I feel like we need to mention the fact that this is game 4 and yet both teams are still on the same side. So I'm excited that if this goes to another game, will we have a change on that? Because right now it's been working pretty well for CB game 1 and game 2. But with that new type of strategy that TD is going for with an aggressive top laner, I feel like that might be a problem for CB later on.
Sejuani potentially in a dangerous spot, but she still has the Q. She'll just walk out of that wall. Or walk over that wall, I suppose. So right now we see a little bit of mix-up. We got mid, top, or Azir pushing out the top lane. You got the Olaf free farming in bot lane right now with heavily contested action in mid lane. It's tough because you don't really have an answer to a 4-0 Olaf. You can't really match him. So I do kind of like that the Ahri is going bot here just to, queue the wave and stay safe. And yeah, I think CB is responding properly to this, to the 1-3-1 they had.
Yes, and I just saw that CB might have a window since Olaf went Radiant Virtue. So yes, this is a huge for the healing in team fights, but he's not going to be as tanky as he could be with a Jackstraw. So this might be a little window that just opened for CB right here with this pick.
And there's Barak with the charm again, almost getting full damage, but the response is overwhelming with that Seraphine ulti pulling away to top lane, but it looks like Barak is going to kite his way around. Sakroza almost getting a lot more value than losing a lot of value that they could have had, but it looks like this dragon's going to go over to the side of TD now with being down in numbers.
Yeah. If, like, oh, wait, the TP from Mordekaiser.
Coming in from Ari and Mordekaiser, so they're backing off very quickly.
Oh my god, wait.
This is a 4v4.
And yet, I feel like
Grandma looking
CB's
for
gonna
anybody. The Sakroza getting onto Old Man Genetics, doing what Olaf does. Blue team does get the dragon, but will they forfeit a bunch of lives in response? Sakroza getting very low. Sakroza shut down onto Old Man Genetics. And now it's a 3v3, but the health bars are on the side of TD. Grandma getting poked down, picked off. Sejuani looking for the Q over the wall, hitting a charm. Barak is getting slowed. Old Man Genetics is getting run down by an Azir. Braum doing everything in his power to slow him down, but the flash is going to execute. Barak looking for the kill onto Sejuani, and she W's back! And this is not how it wanted to end for CB.
Yeah, this is pretty unfortunate. Even though they got huge shutdowns, TD still comes out on top on this fight. With now a 4k gold lead. Still down 3 Drakes though, so next Drake, I feel like right now CB could pretty easily flip out 1 Drake to get a dash. But now will TD let that happen and just wait for the Drake to pop? Because it is still 4 minutes, so TD probably needs to look for a dash shoot. What do you think?
We're looking at a 5k gold lead. TD still should have really good advantage into this team fight. But the good news is you have Old Man Genetics. He's scaling. He's doing pretty well. If he can position well and your front line can outlast, you're going to be able... This is where he's going to start doing a lot of damage. We see the Silver pop the ulti. We see the pick onto Toxic Koopa almost going down. The Seraphine ult is devastating, but they're still looking. Peacemaker's going to go down. And Old Man Genetics is going to go down, and they thought they had the fight, but the numbers are there. They didn't have the envision for that hard of an engage. And now you're going to see a Baron Nashor go over to TD, and now you're going to start seeing desperation out of CB, because there's not a lot that they can do to get back into this game.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate. So Mr. Sakroza got another kills on that fight, so he's just getting even more fed.
Well, this charm is going to get poked out by the Azir. Krama looking to get in, but he can't. They just gotta let this go. You don't have the numbers. Reboot Van's gonna go on to Barak. Shurima Shuffle comes out. Barak lands the charm, but it's just not enough. And Reboot Van takes out Barak. Krama looking for the kill on the support. Gets it, but the cavalry's here, and Krama is not gonna be able to live out this one.
Sakroza getting 2 more kills on that fight. This man is unstoppable right now on this series.
And the health bars are still there. We're going to see the Baron come through.
Yep, don't think that Sivir can possibly take advantage of it.
I believe in the Braum steal here. I believe in it. Never mind, I don't believe anymore. He is going to go down in a blaze of glory.
Yeah, Reboot get the kill.
And Genetics going to have to run as fast as he can. Wait, he's pushing back onto Sakroza, getting him very low, but you're running into 3 more members of the team, and one of them is not the one you want to see in a Sejuani, and this is a TSM Sven situation. CB is desperate, and they are throwing. Not that they had a lead in the first place, but yikes.
Yeah, they still got a little lead, but then, yeah, it's just back to a lot of, yeah. I don't really see a window here for CB to win except farming and waiting for TD's errors. I feel like it's like last game. Pretty unfortunate for CB right now. Next Drake is up in a minute 30, so they're probably going to look to take advantage of it and be there first. Even though the Sejuani is huge trouble right now, and I feel like this might be a ban if this goes to another game, even though we hope that CB can still take the dub like they did first and second game. We'll see how this goes. Azir stop. Did he change their strategy by putting Olaf in the team fights and Azir split pushing so he can come back with his TP? Olaf clearing some wards. Yeah. Right now, looking at this, do you see any windows for CB or?
Um, right now, first things first, you gotta just outlast the Baron. You can't let
Yeah.
them use right now. Barak's gonna get caught onto Sejuani, gonna get the E-proc down. Seraphine laying down the damage in the background. Now ulting Old Man Genetic, spell shields out, and it's just death after death for CB. I mean, it's just right now you have to accept that nothing on this map is yours. You have every single tier 1 down. They could be in any quadrant of the map. You need to get the vision down before you go anywhere.
Yeah. CB is in a really bad position, so this is where we're gonna see who's the best team here and if they can take advantage of that. This Drake's probably gonna go for TD here, unfortunately.
I do like the call of trying to go for the mid lane here, just trying to answer back in some way. But unfortunately, TD is hot on the trail. On the way pings coming down like crazy from red side. And yeah, they're just going to force them back into their jungle. And now they get the big push on the mid lane. I would not be surprised if we see a tier 2 tower fall here.
Yep, or even top lane could probably drop top pretty soon since it's pretty low, so Johnny could tank it. This is first to it. I feel like TD is gonna back off here, even though they could probably take a fight by just running it in. Yep, this is pretty tough for CB right now. 10k gold lead, 27 minutes. Yeah.
It's a really tough situation.
Yes.
Ultimately, can be solved by a couple picks. And as we've seen, just about every one of these games has gone past like 30 to 40 minutes. So it's tough because it feels like TD struggles at closing out these games. And when it comes down to it, these 40-minute games, as I've reiterated so many times, it only takes one team fight swing, right? Because
Yeah.
you're letting the Sivir scale up, you're letting the Ahri get a few more items that can be possibly used for burst. She's running the electrocute build. So realistically, it only takes one pick. You're getting to the point where Olaf is going to start falling off here. And so that's where I think the Radiant Virtue has the value here. But right now, the main thing CB needs to do is get wards onto the map. You need to be making plays, but you need to be making plays with confidence and knowledge. You can't be going in on these plays anymore where you're like, oh, I see this one person in bush, and then bam, 4 others are behind on the other side of the bush. You need to be making smart plays with vision, with knowledge, and crawl your way back into this game.
Yep. Because if this goes to like another 20-minute game, which could be possible if CB is able to hold it, feel like, yeah, like you said, Olaf is just going to be too far behind Mr. Oh, wait.
We got a TP on the way in. Charm lands, but no follow-up, and they're just going to be able to walk away, and the Seraphine ult's down. The Ashe ult is spell shielded. Big cooldowns down for TD. CB can potentially look for a fight here. They still have Sejuani ult, they still have Azir ult, and they still have Olaf ult, but Olaf's in the top lane. Big cooldown blown there.
Yeah, so this could be a possible window for CB here. Even though Ivy ult is going to be up for next Nash, so they need to take a pick now. Oh wait, Black Eyed Peas might get picked here by Sejuani. Sejuani still has ult, she's holding on to it.
Croza wrapping around. This is not the 3v3 they want. It's gonna be a 4v4 soon. Brock throwing out anything he can. Peacemaker trying to avoid the E-proc, but it's gonna come down. Black Eyed Peas too low to do anything. And they're gonna be able to get a pretty solid mid push here.
Yep, might even be able to take one turret out. And there goes the Azir turret. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think this is gonna go for much longer, so scaling needs to come fast, Showdown needs to come fast, or else it's gonna be hard for CB to take this dub.
They're gonna fall back onto the Baron. Like I said, we saw there, the Sivir clear is huge. There's not a whole lot of siege potential, so they need to get a full-on teamfight win to be able to break down this base. That is the only saving grace for CB here. Granted, with a Baron, that's gonna change very quickly.
True. I don't think they're looking for a steal since Azir is holding them back. Drake is going to be up soon in 15 seconds, so this is probably going to be the next objective to take. CB does have prior if they go now, which is, I think, what they are doing. So they're probably going to play some wards early.
I feel like this is what needs to happen. You're gonna have Baron. You have Baron on TD. Your Olaf is probably gonna split push because you're gonna want to get maximum value out of this Baron. If he runs mid, there's not a whole lot you can do. But if you get that Olaf split pushing and applying pressure, you take the fight in a 4v4 situation, not in a choke point, like what almost happened there. The char lands onto Azir, but he's able to flash away. Krama gets brought very low. The rest of TD is coming up. Peacemaker getting taken down quite a bit. The Seraphine ult lands on Black Eyed Peas alone, but he's able to ult to disengage. Barak needs to back up. He is not in a good position. They're focusing Peacemaker. Barak's getting zoned off. He's got the Ahri ult. He's going to be able to... There's a TP into the backside. Serena Shuffle goes down. Krama laying down damage onto Toxic Koopa. Will he get the kill? He does. Will he be able to get anything else? And he goes down. Azir very low. Barak throws out the Q, so it's a 3v2. And honestly, on the side of CB, you kind of take that. They're going to surrender another dragon over to TD. But you got gold back onto some carries. It's tough because they get the Baron push. They might get an inhibitor. Never mind. Old Man Jet X is alive. He can wave clear this.
Yeah, he's going to clear this pretty easily while Sejuani is getting this Drake. Top lane for now is looking pretty weak for CB. Probably needs to push that way, but unfortunately I don't think that Chroma is in a position to split push right now. So they're going to take advantage of that. I feel like Sakroza could go get that tower pretty soon, but looks like he's not going to do it. Huge vision down for TD here.
The takeaway I'll give from that team fight is that they managed to scrape 2 kills back on the back foot. Granted, they exhausted everything into the initial pick, but the idea's there, and they're able to barely come out behind because of it. So this is just getting to the point that CB's getting to that power spike that they need to be able to start winning these fights. It's not coming fast, but those little trades, because that's all they are at this point, is just trades. You're not getting anything but kills out of them, are what's going to help you get back into this game.
Yep, clearly. Feel like if Chroma can get an ult on reboot, get this Azir out of the fight, either Azir or Ashe, even though feel like Severe is stronger than Ashe right now, CB might have a chance if Chroma is not alone like he was during this last fight. Feel like that's the only way for them to win right now. We'll see how it goes. Next objective is going to be... Oh, pretty close. 40 seconds difference in between both objectives. First one is going to be Nash.
Looking for the pick onto Azir here. Waiting for that Shurima Shuffle to come out. There it is. That's the shutdown. That's the pick they need. That is a lot of damage out from the side of TD. Now you can look to take a tower. They're looking to maybe trade tier 2s on bot side, but Krama might be able to... Nope, he goes down very quickly. Didn't see health on it. They don't have wave. The resets are coming through. They're going to tank it and look for this turret bounty, but they're not going to be able to get it in time with Sejuani bringing down the ult, getting that extra turret damage onto the Braum. Now they're looking to fight Sejuani, but the rest of the team is on the way, and your health bars are so low, you're going to lose everything for this.
Olaf is going to come in.
But Olaf is just going to throw a Q over the wall, and that is going to make things very difficult for CB. This is probably going to result... This will definitely result into a inhibitor take mid for TD.
Yes, clearly, and then into a possible reset into avoiding Nash. So CB had a chance, but I feel like they kind of throw it when they went for the second turret. They should have just reset it and take what they could have taken.
Yeah, you need to take a small
greedy.
There.
Yep, they went a bit too greedy here, which is unfortunate.
Might be looking to end here, and they kind of have the tools to do it. Krama is going to be chunked very fast. As soon as now, ult is going to spread them apart. Wow, actually excellent. Well done by CB. And now the health bars are pretty low. The death timers are coming back. Old Man Genetics says, I want a little bit more. The Sejuani ult comes down. Peacemaker is almost call here. Genetics just needs to dish out as much as he can. The shields are overwhelming from the Hex Drinker. With
Olaf might die here in the end of Kramas, but no, never mind. The shield and the healing on Olaf is just way too high. That's
had them backing out, and you bit off more than you could chew again. Barak, seeing the health bars low, is he going to go for a pick? Who's he going to go after? Sejuani's the only charm target right now, and they're right back to sieging. Death timers are long again. These towers are falling fast. Seraphine ult catches Barak, and there's going to be nothing that CB can do to stop this from ending.
This is so unfortunate, but still a pretty good comeback from CB. We'll give that to them. This is now 2-2, and we will go into a game 5.
All right.
Again, huge gold leak from TD here in the end.
TD is getting the advantage early and running away with it. It's interesting. I think we need to see something more aggressive out of CB, because right now you are just getting bullied out of lane and basically playing from the back foot. The Olaf, like we predicted, was a big key factor into just running down and mowing down as you're getting that, those kills down bot. I mean, that dive was beautifully executed. I'm not going to pull any punches with that. That was wonderfully done by Reboot. So I think CB needs to respond with something. You know what? You want to punch us in the teeth? We're going to punch you in the teeth harder, because these scaling wombo combo team fights are not getting it done anymore into this aggressive style that TD has adapted to.
Yep, clearly. Looking at this, if Sakroza, feel like he's probably gonna stay on an aggressive top laner. So still feel like Chroma could maybe change his Mordekaiser, even if he's not banned, to a possible, I don't know, maybe a Jax, a Khaled, a strong duelist that could get some damage done for the team. Feel like Xing Zhao was maybe not the play here, maybe even kind of copy TD with the Sejuani or a tank in the jungle, trying to go for a strong early mid laner, and same plan for the bot lane, and just trying to go for that early game instead of late game here. I feel like that was the major problem here. TD just rolled over them early game, and CB was not able to come back, unfortunately, over that.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely adjustments that needed to be made early from TD, and they have clearly made them. So it's going to be a matter of whether or not CB can adjust in this game 5 coming up here. I'm excited. I hope you're excited. I hope everybody watching is excited. This has been a banger series so far. It has been very one-sided for the first 2 games, very one-sided for the second 2 games. So maybe we'll get a pretty even match on the 5th. Who knows? But we'll see you after this break for the draft of Game 5.
All right.
welcome back to Game 5 of this exciting series. Um, it's been kind of ridiculous. It looked like CB
Yeah.
was gonna 3-0, and it then all of a sudden TD says no. Have you ever heard of this little thing we call a reverse sweep? They're trying for it, you know. Right away, Kermit, is there anything you see different?
Well, the bands look the same from first game, and first pick is also the same. But if you were talking about the change of sides, yes, of course, I saw it. I have
First time
finally some
this
change.
yes. All right.
This might be the time for CB to shine with the Amu and the Severe picked in probably in the back lane, even though Amu jungle could still be an option here.
All right, well, while we're in this lull waiting for our next picks, I'd like to take a quick moment to shout out our partners,
Yes.
Player One Coffee Lab and Rogue Energy. Both use this code CB Gaming. If you use all lowercase CB Gaming at Player One Coffee Lab, you get 5% off your order. And Rogue Energy, if you use capital CBG lowercase gaming, or capital G in gaming, you will get 10% off your orders. A big shout out to them. We love working with them. And then also, if you are in our Discord, you can check our links for get beautiful merch like this. I am rocking CB Rangers currently, as expected. And now we can talk about the rest of the picks. We got Caitlyn Morgana in for TD and Rel coming in for CB.
Well, looks like it is going to be an Amu jungle, which is interesting. Changing on the aggressive junglers. They're gonna go for more tanky junglers like TD is doing. Caitlyn Morgana, pretty strong bot lane, so is Sivir and Rel, good engages. Already Olaf and Silas Arban with the Ari and Syndra. We're gonna see what CB goes here for a mid or a top play. Who's gonna get down counter pick?
I like seeing the Amumu out of CB. I know Black Eyed Peas is a Amumu enthusiast. Just getting back on that comfort. He's going to be able to do a lot early. It's going to be tankier. It's going to be, you know, he's going to have that lockdown that you kind of lacking from once they started banning the Wukong anyway.
Oriana here is the
Isn't this
pick.
crazy? Okay, first of all, I'd just like to point out, we were talking about this match off screen, or off stream, and what did I say I wanted to see? I said I wanted to see Black Eyed Peas on Amumu and Barack on Oriana. And I
Yeah.
got both of those.
This is going to be an Oh, Gnar is pick from Sakroza here in the blind pick. Hope Mr. Krama has a good pick against him so he can hard win this top lane like he's used to.
I'd like to point out that these are, you know, really comfort picks coming out from Rangers here. I mean, I know Peacemaker loves the Rel. He's a Rel enthusiast. Likes to get in and be that tanky engage. And then, like I said, the Black Eyed Peas from Mumu, and Oriana is just the staple pick for Barack, only to be rivaled by the glorious Talia pocket pick. But yeah,
Gwen is back in the top lane here for CB. Interesting. For now, with these two lanes, feel like, for my take, I would say that's pretty equals on the pick. Feel like, I don't know about the Gwen and Gnar matchup, I never really saw it. Feel like Gwen is just gonna outrange, and when Gwen has one or two items, she's just gonna run over him without even caring about little or huge Gnar. For the mid lane, feel like Kiana kinda outpoke Mr. Victor. I'm seeing it a lot with my mid laner, the split, so pretty excited to see that. What about you?
I think we're back to kind of game one looks here, game two looks, where we're opting back in. TD's kind of throwing away that early game aggression that they've been having so much success on, and they're back onto this we're gonna scale up in team fight monster late, and CB is kind of sticking with that too. But what I will say is, for probably the first time in this series, CB has a comp that's relatively simple to pull off. You know, Amumu land Q, press R, Rel dive in, you knock up, what have you. Oriana throw the ball on either of them and get a massive knock up, plus pulling them all into range, and then just letting that Sivir just do what Sivir does and cut the lawn in front of her, you know, mow it down.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I feel like TD has equally a simple execution of team comp. It's gonna come down to, I think, which jungler has more success in the early game, getting those
Yeah.
lanes ahead. It's probably gonna come down to a jungle diff, in my opinion. All these champions are pretty easy to execute, pretty straightforward. So it just comes down to performance in this for me. Late game, I think Victor and Caitlyn are probably going to run away with this a little bit harder, just because they have a little bit more frontline and they are just those super scale kind of options. But you can't count out the wombo combo from CB right now.
Yes, and with that, where do you think both junglers are gonna go for this probably first gank? Where do you think they're gonna get fed? Personally, I would go for the bot lane, especially for Sejuani. If Caitlyn is ahead, she's mostly unstoppable. On the Mumu side, feel like mid or bot with well engaged could be pretty huge, and I feel like top lane is just gonna be left alone here for most of the game.
Yeah, I think this is a leave a top on an island kind of scenario. Sejuani has a little bit more freedom to gank that lane just because Nar has a little bit more setup in the
Yeah.
mega form, and she is the setup herself. But I think this is just a leave top on an island, and it's going to be a race to get the super scalers. Who gets the super scalers first, you know? I think there's more prerogative for CB to focus the bot lane early, especially with that tremendous gank setup that Rel provides. So for CB, it's got to be bot lane. If I'm Black Eyed Peas, I'm looking to influence that lane very early, very quickly, and hopefully very successfully. And if
Yeah.
I'm Sejuani in this lane, I honestly have the option to play it as it lies, as I would like to say. If which you're not really going to probably see the Orianna pushing into a Victor, but if that ends up happening, I mean, if Victor allows that to happen, which, you know, could be the strategy, you can very easily gank that Victor early, hopefully layer the CC down with his stun. It's kind of a hard stun, not as much gank setup, but it's still there, and if you layer it properly, it's very effective. But then you also have the Morgana engage in the bot lane with the spell shield, so I mean, you can go really either mid or bot, but knowing that really the highest percentage for CB is bot lane, I'm going to try to influence that lane as early as possible because I know my enemy jungler is going to influence that lane as early as possible.
True. This is a fair point. Alright, well, this game gets set up. I think we are going to take a little break and see you guys when the game starts.
Welcome back to Game 5 in this banger series we've had so far. Not a game has ended before 30 minutes. It's all been close to going past 40 minutes, to be honest, and we are instantly seeing a blue side looking for the invade. How do you think this ends?
Blue side looking for the early invades, while red side is going for a 5 point. Most of the time ends bad for the red side since bot lane is kind of left alone here, even though were on the right side here, not being close to the blue side. Blue is just gonna fall back and just place a deep ward here.
I feel
I
like this
don't
is a
think red side
missed
knows.
opportunity on Barak. He did it last game, he didn't do it this game, but when you see all 5 members enter your bot jungle like that, you gotta respond by putting some vision down into the enemy jungle. They know where you're
Yeah.
starting, you don't know where they're starting. So already the jungle tracking advantage is going to be for the side of TD.
Yes, for sure. Looking at this on the rune side, I'm not seeing anything surprising or ghost yet on Genetic like always. Seems pretty legit. A Mumu Conqueror, even though he's in the jungle, I feel like it would have been an Aftershock.
Right
But
now,
for now,
I'm Sejuani. I still see this Amumu on the ward. If I see him go up to Wolves, I am immediately level 2 ganking bot.
yes, this. Even though bot lane is taking it slowly.
All right, well, he is going there. I guess he doesn't have Q, but I would have held it. You clear just fast enough with E.
Yeah.
Or I think they started W, but yeah, you clear fast enough with W. No, you start E. I'm getting in my own head now.
Look like blue side is getting advantage in the top lane right now, pushing waves, which is pretty normal against a Gwen. Mid lane, pretty even in trades, and bot lane is staying. For now, none of the teams are trying to push it harder than the other one.
Looks like they're looking for the early invade onto Amumu's red.
Yeah.
Rosa now finding the stun onto Gwen. They're going to be caught out. Amumu should be a little careful. He's dragging that red buff into the bush, as he should. He's going to see Sejuani coming. And Sejuani is going to look for the engage. She's almost got the E-proc, and this should be a dead Amumu.
Yep, he is. Oh, the shield from Barak!
I don't know if it kills
that.
even without the shield, but this is definitely going to be detrimental. This red buff is going over to the side of TD, and now Black Eyed Peas gets to play on the back foot, being triple buffed.
Which is pretty bad for CV. Oh, this is pretty good trade here from the bot lane. On TD side, Peacemaker is pretty low. No melee on Barak though. Might be a... Yep, she is gonna look for that.
Gonna take 2 tower shots and give over first blood to Barak. That is horrible. That is horrible. I think that's a double buff over to Barak. Nope, just red.
Yeah, just red. Still pretty huge shutdown plus red. Gets to push the wave. Well, Chroma is... Yeah.
And now that all that tempo and lead you've built up over Amumu is kind of thwarted. Although he's looking for an invade on the bot side, not going to find it, so he's wasting enough time. Could possibly look for the Q here. It's right there in the flash away.
The flash goes off. He knew. Pretty good flash from Reboot here. Predicted the Q from Amumu. With how Barak was playing, he knew something was up here. Alright, looks like Sakroza is not really taking advantage over Mr. Krama here. Pretty even poke lane. Amumu might look bad. Never know. Never mind, he's just gonna go for a blue clear here. Krama needs to be careful right now. Sejuani might take this into either a gank top or mid. Both lanes are in a good position for her, even though Mr. Victor is pretty long.
Very hard gank for Amumu while the black shield is up, so that is timing that needs to be communicated in advance. If your Amumu is looking to gank bot lane, you got to be trying to force out that that black shield as much as you can.
Is top. Might look for a kill here.
Gonna get
Think
the E-proc, lots of damage coming through, but I think Krema should be able to get
Kurama's
away with
gonna
it.
live. Yeah, pretty easily. And he does have TP, so he's not gonna. Maybe just gonna lose 1 minion, maybe 2 max. But huge wave are coming for him. Possible huge freeze. Looking at this, 2 huge wave diving into him. It's pretty good for him. Lots of XP. Sickros are losing. Mega Gnar now.
Kroza is going to be pretty happy with being able to shove this wave and backing. Krema is already
Yep.
backed once, so it's going to even out the items again. Sakroza with a commanding CS lead in top lane right now.
Yes. Even though if Krama gets every CS here, he's probably gonna come back pretty even soon. So, not really alarming, but still, since it's on the turret, we don't know how well this can be.
It looks like Krama was actually able to freeze the wave right in front of him. So again, Krama with the excellent wave manipulation, being able to salvage some of this lane pressure that Sakroza is just forcing upon him right now.
Yep.
We're seeing a Mumu heading bot side with camp timers a little low. He could be looking for a bot gank here soon.
Yep. Possible Drake, since this is a pretty nice first Drake to have. For both teams, actually. So they might look for a fight here. Already a ward placed from CB. Gwen without a TP. Gnar does have it. Could possibly be a flip if he TP's bot. Even though we did not really see it yet, so probably won't happen. Loop heading down. Might look for a lane gank here. Or just to reset.
Correction, Krama was not able to freeze top. He was a slow push situation. So that's my bad. I gave him a little bit too much props.
Well, he still managed to do it in the other game, so it's still possible to happen. We'll give him that. His wave management is pretty good. Now Sejuani is gonna go for this Drake. And Mumu probably gonna go for his wall first, so he's not gonna have prior on it yet. The bot lane has prior.
I don't know if he's going to be able to go for the Drake. I mean, he's got bot prio, but mid's not in a favorable position. I think he's just going to content with clearing the vision right now, and yeah.
Go for a mid gank, yeah.
With the pushing wave, but Brock playing well, seeing him on vision, knows that he can hover this top side brush and be relatively safe for the time being.
Sejuani just used Q, gonna go for this move.
Very scary position. She's gonna try to go get to that blast cone, but the bot lane is gonna rotate first, and she's just gonna Q out. Ooh.
It has all possible ult.
Very greedy. Very greedy going for that ward, knowing that the bot lane could be right over there.
Yep, that's gonna be a gank commit that goes off. No ult for Sejuani though, so mid lane's pretty safe for that engage. Since she's just gonna start Drake now. Yep, I feel like they're just gonna give it. I mean, we reset, yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty easy Drake. You got, you know that you're gonna have numbers advantage if they try to stop you. Bot lane easily just crashes this wave, and this will be a super free take.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, we'll go stop, clears, and probably go for a rift here.
Krama getting a lot of damage off Sakroza here, though.
Yeah, she does have the advantage to push this wave, resets, come back, and probably get a rift here. Or just stays and go directly for the rift. After Mumu clears his red. Sejuani going up, TP from Gnar. Morgana might look for a play here on Old Man Genetic. Cage? No cage. And they're just gonna walk away. Pretty slow start from both teams, getting 1 kill on each side. But now just waiting for the mistakes. Not really a winning team yet. But every lane is pretty even at this point. Top has a little bit more CS, so it's bad, but not really alarming, I think. Can easily come back from this.
Looks like the Herald's going to be started up by TD here. Krama is probably not wanting to rotate to this, but he will. They still don't know. Krama's going to find out now. They can look for this 2v1. but Victor's going to have the
Coming
first
without an
rotation. They're
ult.
forced to back out. Not going to be able to
Yep.
stack the passive. That's Sejuani ult down. Ult, but the ult comes, or not ult, flash, but the ult comes down. This
Like
should
his ult
be
comes
able
out
to
as
just
well.
walk away.
Yeah, both ult from the junglers are down. Flash from Sejuani is out, so is Chroma. We might see a gank top, since Sakroza does have flash and not Chroma.
Mumu did not ult.
Oh,
Mumu
he
still
didn't?
has
Oh, that was my mistake. I thought he ulted. Still could be a pretty huge gank. Then
This could
Black Eyed Peas
be
would...
a big
Oh,
catch
wait.
on Sejuani. The
That's
shockwave
the
comes
ult we're
down.
looking for.
Oh, they're switching onto Victor. Barak's going to look
Or
to finish off that kill.
Let's
He's going to
go.
flash. Maybe a little miscommunication on finishing off that kill, but at least they're able to pick it up. It's just that is at the expense of a Barak flash.
Yep.
And now I feel like that's the first kill in this game that hasn't been just a major mistake. That was just good vision set up by CB there, and then just the patience to wait till they had all that lockdown to just chain CC. Black Eyed Peas probably just hovering to make sure that there's no Sejuani dive coming here. Looks like they're just going to back off, wait for the lane to reset. Sejuani could set up in bush here, but should know that a Mumu is likely waiting in the wings for a counter gank. Now they definitely know from the passive.
Yep,
When they see
Sejuani
that
probably gonna go for engage. She does have ult soon. She has ult now. Emma was leaving. Maybe a re-engage from Sejuani since he's still here. She's probably just gonna go for a full clear here since her whole jungle is up. That would be my best bet. Looking at the items, Arena already with her mythic against a Victor who does not. Oh, never mind. Stalled potion to get his mythic as well. Looking at this, gold's pretty even. TD does have the gold advantage for like 300, which is pretty good.
Ooh, Barak laying down the damage onto the Victor. I don't think he's going to have enough because he does not have Ignite.
Unfortunate. Drake is gonna be up in 50 seconds, so that kill could have been nice for him to get a bit more gold before the Drake. Now it looks like Sejuani is gonna ward around it.
I don't think Ori's going to have ult for this Drake fight anymore now.
Yeah.
So, I mean, always worth it to go for the kill, but just leaves the team in a worse position not having the kill, and now, you know, kind of coming in limping for this next fight, because an Ori ult is a huge factor for this team.
I've seen it with my team, and Oriana is pretty broken when played well.
Neither top laner is going to have TP for this fight, though, so it's going to be a flat-out 4v4, most likely.
Yep. Oh, Rift Herald is gonna come top, so this could help Mr. Sakroza.
It's going to be interesting, because Surkroza's low on health. I feel like that was just more of we needed to drop this now.
Yeah,
But
I feel like it was.
It might still be able to crash. Grandma should be able to deal with this pretty easily, though.
Yeah, it will not crash. I think, yeah, next eye is gonna pop soon. Just a little bit of gold and plates were out anyway. Looks like both teams are trying to find the pig before this Drake.
Croza
might look for the kill. Ult from Kraman.
The rage. He's looking for the ulti. He's got Mega Gnar.
Are we gonna go for the dive?
And just barely wide
not.
on the Q. Just out of range. Well played by Krama, recognizing the danger he wasn't in that situation. And just backing out. A lot of tension happening around this dragon. Both teams definitely want to go for this. very even in gold so far. Just trying to look for any reason to be able to pull the trigger, whether it be grabbing a kill mid lane, grabbing a kill bot lane, but both teams equalizing very well. So this is a really long slow dance happening for this dragon.
Yes. Look, oh, Gnar might be able to come to the fight since because of the early resets. Both
Right.
teams looking for a play here. Victor
Krema
might
does not
look
have
for a
TP to
comeback.
respond. They need to get a pick
Yeah.
now if they're looking for this dragon.
Yeah, Krama's just gonna be able to hit this tower, get some gold on this
But
next
if there
wave.
was a stall, yeah, Grandma's gonna. Yeah, you're. That's actually very valid. Yep, and Sakroza has to respect it, and he's heading back top lane now.
Yep, he was hesitating that we could see on the map the little left right with his team, but he's choosing the safer option. And this is gonna be a play by top. Ulti's down. And his Brock
Big
is
ult!
saved.
Can almost get a kill back onto Sejuani here.
Unfortunately, Oriana's
They
killed by the
do.
kid. This, yeah, Black Eyed Peas is dead. Sakroza gets the kill.
Sorry, not Sejuani. Victor.
Yeah. Huge play from both sides, but unfortunately TD comes out victorious of that fight.
A free dragon for TD here. Sakroza does get the kill, so he does get value for leaving the lane, so he's not gonna be too behind being denied these waves from Grandma, but Grandma getting a lot of damage down onto that tower. Should be able to take it in the next couple of waves here if he's able to successfully bully Sakroza.
Yep, officially 1k gold has been reached for TD. Now, looking at this, I feel like it's just gonna go back to default setting. Oh, never mind. Victor goes in the bot lane. The bot lane goes mid. Same for both sides. Maybe Gnar is looking for just clearing a ward. They might look for top rift here. Sejuani is probably gonna clear her blue, then go for it. But Amumu is going to be there to respond. They might even go for it first. Bot lane is resetting. This is the window that we are looking for here, I think. Without the bot lane. Like it might be a big flop.
Constantly poking out this Victor. Can honestly cut him off from his tower here. Yep, there it is. And now he's got the scenario he wants. He's got the ult back up, but the Victor flash is down.
Which is a pretty good straight. Yeah, Barak clearly knows this matchup. He knows he's the winner in this duel, so he's just gonna spam him until his ult is back up. Unfortunately, no rift were taken yet from CB, and the bot lane from TD is back in the mid lane. So, this might be a huge fight going on soon. We'll see. A reset from Krama. Barak does have TP. So does Victor. Never mind, Victor just used it mid. Barak could still TP. No ult, we'll see. Rift goes to TD for now. But I don't think Mr. Black Eyed Peas is gonna let that happen.
I don't know if CB feels that this is worth, maybe potentially losing another fight over. I mean, they have the numbers advantage, but ultimately, second Rift Herald isn't nearly as valuable as first. You're not getting tower plating out of it.
Yeah.
You're maybe gonna lose first tower on it, but you're so close top too. Grandma looking to try to bully Sakroza, stacking up those passive procs very well. Grandma forced the flash, but Sakroza's looking for the dive. Taking a couple too many tower shots, and he will go down. Sejuani is not fast enough, but it'll ultimately trade 1-for-1. And now Sejuani could drop that Rift Herald and take first tower in the top lane.
Which is unfortunately not the best scenario for TD, but still pretty good gold for Sejuani. We won't say no to free gold on the first turret. But unfortunate that Mr. Gnar was not there to take it as well.
Honestly, I think it's best that they take the top. They free up the Gnar from the lane. You're not going to get it. You're most likely not going to get a good push out of it on the mid lane. At least the single crash isn't going to take, so you have to devote a little bit more resources to get the mid. But you do get that first tower, you free up the Gnar, and now the game opens up a little bit now that that top tower is gone. And especially since Gnar is much better in the team, bigger in the team fights than a Gwen will be. But now the Gwen gets to farm a little bit safer.
Yeah, she's gonna get that power spike that she wants with her second item, because we saw that she was already able to challenge Mr. Sakuraza in a 1v1. So, her power spike is coming soon. Bot lane, unfortunately, for now, is for TD side, even though mid lane is for CB. So, the game is not really far from being done yet, even though CB's down 2 Drakes, 2k gold lead for TD. TD does have the slight advantage here, but knowing the history of the two teams, everything can change from now on with one straight fight. Look like possible fight minutes.
Nothing too major. Brock is dealing some pretty good damage already. Really, this game is one really good aftershock away from being blown wide open for CB, so I don't think there's anything to be concerned about. It's just a matter of numbers advantage at this point. Who has it, who doesn't?
Yep. Possible fight here on Sejuani. Rock with the poke.
Big
this is good.
Shock, no follow-up though.
Flash ult a bit late, but could still work with the rel ult. Everything's coming a bit with a delay, but okay, Caitlyn might still. Oh, Ignite won't kill, unfortunately.
Unfortunately,
everything was delayed.
Yeah, the aftershock just came out at a bad time. It was a good look by Barak, but unfortunately, DB was just on the back foot. They were kind of spacing away, giving up that priority, and just weren't able to capitalize on it. Really unfortunate, because that was the look they were looking for.
Yes, clearly. Like, the good old came, then Amumu went, then Rel went, but everything was like 2 or 3 seconds late, so unfortunate. Could have been a great fight for CB. Opportunity was missed, but now we can see that CB does still have a chance to win a 5v5. Since they were pretty close. Only Rel died. Still have high hope for this team. Even though I think this Drake is going to go for TD here, which is unfortunate.
Good. They're doing it relatively slowly. You got Peacemaker and Black Eyed Peas coming to the backside. And Intervented falling really low. Big Gnar ult on the 2. Barak gets onto the Morgana, and CB is slowly taking over. Was Mariana ult back up already? That's actually crazy.
And Victor just gets away here, and CB takes the Drake. That's a huge dub for CB right there. Like I was saying, they're just missing some coordination in the first fight. Nothing alarming here. Pretty huge.
Worked out there. Yeah. So like that's exactly what I was saying. Just these big Orianna shockwaves are game changing, and he's been playing really well, farming up really well. You can see he's almost 200 CS at less or 24-minute mark. So he's farming up relatively well. He's got those. He had the Leandries and then just the raw AP of that needlessly large rod, which now I think he picked up 2 more kills there. We could almost see. Oh, he's gonna pick up the Seraphs, right? That's what that's called. Archangels. That's what it is. Ha ha ha. Doesn't it turn into Seraphs? I don't know. Either way, another big power spike coming in for Barak. So those ultis are just gonna get bigger and bigger as the game progresses. I honestly half expected a Rabadon's death cap.
Yep. Probably gonna come out soon, I guess. Third item. Not even third. Shadow Flame's gonna be third item here. But huge win on CB here, grabbing the gold league, grabbing the Drake, grabbing 2 towers. That's a huge dub for CB right there. Let's just hope that it stays this way. And this Nash goes for CB, because if TD takes this Drake, this could be pretty dangerous for the mid lane and for CB as well. Right now, looking at this, I still feel like it's pretty equal. Only 2K at 25 minutes. Last game was already 3 or 4, if I remember correctly. So this is still pretty equal. Both teams are one fight away from losing
The
or
only
winning
say
hard.
the only thing I'll say about the difference in gold right now is it's all on Barack. He's got 2K gold
Yes.
lead. Even Old Man Genetics has a lead over Toxic Koopa, which is one of the first, literally the first time this series, if I'm not wrong. Um, so the gold difference is where it needs to be right now, in my opinion. This Oriana is going to be hitting like a Mack truck. Sivers, despite not having that much gold or being a kill down onto Caitlyn, is not a big deal because she is inevitably going to hit that super scalar, status. So right now, I think CB does have quite a bit of the upper hand right now, just based on where the gold's at right now.
Yep, clearly we can see that both teams are kind of placing wards, destroying wards, but CB does have the advantage on this Nash right now with the warding. TD's just a little bit in their spot while CB's just taking control over them. Even Drake is pretty much owned by CB right now with the warding. Pretty excited. Everybody has an ult. If I'm not, yeah, everybody has an ult for this Nash. We can see that TD is going for it with the ping, so this next fight is probably going to be a huge fight for both teams. Everybody has Summoner Spell. For TPs, both teams have some flash, some of them are missing. Who do you think win this Nash, based off what we're seeing now?
As long as Barack finds the ulties he's been finding, I don't think they can lose it at this point in the game.
Yeah, that's same here.
Your Caitlyn is
Right.
on IE. She's going to be dishing out pretty decent damage, along with the Last Whisper, so she's going to be penning a little bit. But, I mean, I think that's easily matched with the Lord Doms on the Sivir. So as long as you get that initial burst onto the right targets, I don't think CB can lose a team fight.
Yep. Which is good and bad, since right now, what you were saying is that basically the only win comp would be Barak. So if Barak kind of fucks up on his ult, this could be bad for CB, but still have some high hope on him since he did
The
not
thing
really
about
miss
that is
some.
he's got two excellent ball delivery systems with the Peacemaker on the Rel and Black Eyed Peas on the Amumu.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier when you have three different situations where you can make that ult happen. So I don't think it's as like make or break as you're making it out to be right now, but it's definitely still a valid concern that you have.
Okay, yeah, okay, yeah. True. We'll see, this might be a fight mid going on. Looks like they're gonna fight for Drake before Nash here. The vision is still up for both teams.
It's a good call. I don't think either of them have a really quick Baron take.
Look like Chroma's probably gonna go for the sandwich here. Already up for the Mega Gnar. TD has to look for a fight now, or they're gonna lose a strong engage here with him.
Yeah,
Chroma is regrouping.
As Nar ticks away on Mega, they just back out, and now they have complete control of the river again. They're going to start up the dragon right away. They have all 5 members. It looks like TD is going to be content to look for either the steal or just watch this go away as they take mid tower.
So if Sejuani goes in, I feel like she's just...
They actually...
Yeah, they take mid here.
They get 2. Honestly, a decent trade as long as nobody dies here.
Yeah, there's gonna be a huge
big
fight going on.
Situation.
Oh, fight's kind of spread out.
Split out, yep.
Yeah, CB's just in the middle of three ways fighting them. They're just gonna have to leave now and probably give out Nash. Or maybe a comeback from a Mumu.
Here's the Sivir I was talking about. Answering back 1 onto Sakroza. Ball still available for the ulti.
Koopa. Okay.
Koopa goes down, and then now they're in a position where they can just run him down.
Yes. Okay, I won't lie, that was pretty cool. Mumu still hello, just pushed in with the ball, everything was perfectly fine. And they can still look for a Nash, I think, since Sivir is alive. 2 tanks are alive. feel like
They
everyone
can.
can tank it. Clearly with Oriana
They
as
need to be
well,
ready
only
to
Victor
turn
and
though. They
Morgana.
have a lot of. They still have their burst targets. Oh, but Barak is
God
just going to
damn
chunk Morgana. But health bars aren't quite there for the Baron.
Yeah,
It
pretty
was a good. It was
unfortunate.
a good look though.
Still a Gold League doubles for CB now with 4K. I mean, not 4K. 3. 2, never mind. I'm getting tired as well.
It's
Barak is just getting even more fed here.
not that this
This is
game is getting that far out of hand because there's definitely still potential, to shut down Barak and everything like that. But do you think there's in a slight little haunting feeling in the back of TD's mind that they should have continued to go with that early game aggression that they were having so much success on?
I feel like living the experience. I don't think they are talking about it in VC, but I feel like everybody clearly has thought about it in their mind, but it's just not saying it to maybe not jinx the team fight. Look like Chroma knows he's stronger than Sagrosa right now, but it is for sure in their head being like, maybe we should have stayed with what we were thinking about earlier. I don't know who chose the side, but if it was CB, that was a pretty good decision for them
I feel
to
like
get the fight
it
counter
should be
picked up.
loser pick side. I think is how normally it goes. I don't know. Every league's got their own rules, but it should be loser pick side in this situation.
Alright, so CB did make a good choice by changing sides here. Looking at the stats right now, I can only see CB taking this Snatch pretty easily after seeing those 3 fights with Mr. Barak with those fantastic ult there. Yeah, I just got confirmed losers picked the side, so CB did make a pretty good decision here. Crown, sorry, is just melting this Gnar possible fight here.
That's a big chunk from one silver queue.
Yep. Severe and Barak has pretty good poke. And the team is pretty weak if except Sejuani, so
Krama's going to be on the reset, so he's going to possibly have a little bit of advantage onto Krama. Yeah, they're relatively even in gold. Yeah, they're just kind of dancing around right now. It's the classic, like, ooh, who's gonna start it? But honestly,
yeah, who's gonna make a mistake?
Krama's gonna. I don't know. It seems relatively even on these fights in the bot lane still. But now we see Barak is pushing the top lane, putting that pressure. I'm curious to see if TD tries to pull the trigger knowing that Barak isn't there. It is really sketchy with Barak not being there, but then again, the TP is available.
Or both teams, so we'll see how it goes. All 4 TP are up. Most flash, never mind. Only Barak has the flash for CB. On TD side, only the mid laner and the Morgana is gonna have it soon. Caitlyn gonna have it soon still, but I don't think she's gonna have it for Nash. TD is worried about a possible Nash right now, looking at the pings. So they are gonna go for it and check.
Maybe looking to trade Baron Dragon for Baron.
Yes, it is 2-on-2, so both teams could easily trade it without any problem, I think. Well, right now, looking like TD is gonna do it, but knowing like TD did it first time, they might just leave when they see CB on the trade, like they did with the tower early on.
Realizes this. They know that they're gonna have the jump on Baron.
Okay, they jump. Now, Syndicate is behind with the TP, but is he gonna be able? Yeah, there's plenty of wards for him to get behind. And now TD's just falling back. CB's gonna have to clear those wards, or they're gonna have a surprise from Mega Gnar here already up, which is pretty dangerous. Syndicate is gonna have to
getting a big ulti onto just one, so I guess not that big. But now that ulti is down, they get the bot tower, so they're a little bit gold coming back into the way of TD. But without that ulti, it's kind of hard for CB to pull the trigger, although they could just take a free mid tower, I suppose.
That TP was close to being out from Syndicate. But they might even take the... Oh, and they're just gonna live. They won't be greedy, that's good. They have learned their lesson.
And now this is a big opportunity to take Dragon with that Sejuani ult coming out.
Yep.
Not too much longer on the Oriana ult. Sivir ult is almost up as well. So pretty confident in their odds in this Dragon take. And now they could even reset and go back to dancing around Baron if they wanted to. And we see that all ults are back up for CB while the Sejuani ult is still down. So should be more than comfortable to look for another fight here relatively soon.
Yep, probably a fight on Nash. Both teams have pretty good vision, a vision score around it. We'll see how it goes. At this point, I still feel like it's a 50-50 on Nash, even though Mr. Barak could easily take over it with one single button. So.
Could be getting a lot of value if they don't pull the trigger on this Baron quick. He's got the TP. They see that it started. Krama has plenty of time to take this tower and TP. Should be looking now. Do they have a ward for him?
There's a TP for Krama. They need to get in soon. Sejuani is alone in the pit. No. And this is just the go in. Come on, roll.
Big Orianna ulti. Morgana trying to get that ult out, but she'll fall. Toxic Koopa next on the target list. Sivir is just dishing it out.
Yes, this is what we like to see, the TP from Orianna. She's gonna grab those turrets, and this is what CB's looking for. Sakuraza is gonna die here.
They're gonna get double inhibitor. They can look for the end here. The death timers are way too long, and it looks like we're gonna get a Game 5 CB victory.
Which is exactly what we were looking for. Let's go, CB. Barak clearly did an amazing job in the mid lane right here. I'm personally gonna have to give him the MVP on that one. Those ults were just insanely good this game. Oh my god, dude.
Barak is a very big candidate on my MVP list as well. I mean, those Ahri charms were putting in work games 1 and 2. And then he comes in with the impressive performance on Orianna. If we could get production to put out a poll, we're going to do a quick MVP of the series poll, whether it be Krama, Black Eyed Peas, Barak, Old Man Genetics, or Peacemaker. Perfect. All right, so we're going to have that poll up for you shortly. And then maybe we try to get an interview with the MVP, but we'll see.
We'll see. Looking at those stats, what is shiny and bright to you, Mr. XC? I personally already have my idea.
Yeah, the damage is hard to argue with out of Barak that game. He got ahead early. He made sure those ulti placements were in the right spot. There was maybe one that could have been a little bit better. You know, you never really want to solo ult, but if you're gonna solo ult, it might as well be on the high damage ADC. So I'll give him that one.
Yeah.
We saw great performances out of Black Eyed Peas. We saw great performances out of Krama. Peacemaker doing the Lord's work, putting his life down on the for the team, and you know, Genetics just dishing out that consistent damage on these hyper scaling ADCs. I have officially cast my vote. I hope all of you are doing the same. I see too many viewers and not enough votes. Get your votes casted ASAP.
It is pretty cool right now. Huge fights on Barak and Old Man Genetic, both at 30% for about the 4. God damn, 60 viewers and only that amount of votes. Come on, boys and girls, vote.
Cast your votes. All right, so while votes are coming in, let's talk a little bit more about this series. I mean, obviously, it was looking really good for CB right off the gates. I mean, they got behind game 1, but then just out macroed everything, right? And then game 2 was just foot on the gas. I did not think we were going to be seeing a game 3. I did not have confidence in the comp picked by TD, but they pulled it off. They did what they needed to do. They got it early aggression. They got all the picks. They got the Fedalise with, I think at one point, 10 stacks on, I don't remember if she went Magi's. I don't think she did, but a 10 stack Darksteel. I mean, that's still incredible value there. and then they pull off the 40-minute win there, and then absolute dominant victory game 4 to end in another CD dominant victory. I mean,
Yeah.
roller
It was,
coaster of a series.
yes, clearly. If you look at those stats, Brock an amazing 5-1 and 10, and also Old Man Genetic with a 7-0 and 5-0 death for him. That's pretty good. Looking at the damage, it's just off the charts for Mr. Brock and Genetic here. Honestly, huge GG to them. And as always, Mr. Chroma won his lane his way by just putting pressure on Gnar, not really getting lots of kills like he's used to on Mordekaiser, but he still did the job. This was just well executed for CD here. Pretty proud.
And coming in to the final stretches
Ooh.
of this poll, make sure if your person isn't winning, make sure to cast your votes. We got 9 on. Oh, okay, all right. I just got a DM. If Barack wins, we're getting a Peacemaker interview.
Peacemaker, the sport. Alright.
Alright, so the MVP chooses to defer his interview to Peacemaker. If we could get Peacemaker to hop into the call. I don't know if Peacemaker has access.
Wow. Oh, that's right. You can vote with the channel points. Wow.
What team captain?
That's good spirit from the captain here. Using your channel points to your team.
Caller in. I'll have to drag him to the call.
I'm gonna let you do that.
We're just waiting on our boy. We're waiting on our boy.
Get in.
Is he there? Where is he? Peacemaker. He's in Rangers? Oh, the one perm I don't give myself because I don't want to step on Barack's toes. Alright, hold on. Give me a second. Roll. Why do we have 50,000 rules in this Discord server? There it is.
All right, there he is, Mr. Peacemaker. How are you, man? Hello.
So, I hope y'all enjoyed the games.
It was fun.
Alright, Peacemaker. So coming in to game 3, what were you guys thinking? Were you like, alright, easy peasy, this is a 3-0 sweep? Or were you still respectful of TD?
I think we kind of like got overconfident a bit, and kind of played a bit sloppy. Okay. So I think part of it was just like the momentum, and we just didn't dial it back a bit.
All right. Production, can we get music turned down just a hair? All right. And then so coming into game 3, you guys were riding that momentum, and then you kind of said you got sloppy. So then game 4, what were you thinking in terms of, because you guys didn't really change up bans much. I think you only banned out the elites, was it? And then that freed up the Olaf.
Yeah, so I think for game 4, I think we were just like, we just got to play a little bit safer, and I think initially we weren't like too concerned at the moment, but I think game 4 we just try to force a lot of things that we shouldn't have.
A lot of
like
picks in unnecessary situations.
Yeah, we were trying to like force fights when we're a team that has a harder time forcing fights unless like Zinzal's there, I think.
Right. So then game 5, 2-2, Silver Scrapes playing in your head, right?
Yeah.
What was the energy in the call? What was everybody thinking?
We took a we had to like reset ourselves and like, I think we're getting into our own head a bit and we just kind of like chilled out for a bit. And we're like, we're just gonna pick what we normally do and stick with what we were comfortable with. So
Right. Obviously, I personally know, as playing with you before, that you are quite the rel enthusiast. So I was really happy. I said there was a couple picks off stream that I was said I wanted to see, and it was um, Barack's Oriana, um, and Black Eyed Peas uh, on the Amumu, and then as soon as I saw the rel come out, that it was just like you guys were going for comfort. You were gonna just fit your slot and just kind of play the Rangers away. Is there a point in the game where you kind of knew it was over in Game Five?
uh talk about in game 5 or
In Game Five, yeah.
oh, I think once Brock got really strong, um I and we played pretty much safe bot lane. We pretty much just figured we fit all our win cons. Like we just were really strong. So I think we were just really confident that once we got on a team fight together, that we would just we can just play the fight out really well because we kind of got on the same page and it all worked out.
Right, right. All right. I have one more question, but I'll let Kermit ask any questions if he's got any.
To be honest, no, you pretty much asked everything that I was looking for here about any of the engages, how oh yes, I had one about, I don't know if you remember correctly, about the Drake fight when you guys when like Barack ulted, then like 2 seconds later Amumu ulted, then 2 seconds later you ulted. Like what
Oh,
happened, what was happening at that time in your head?
I think it was just more like a Brock saw like a perfect opportunity and we were just not in position to to follow up on it. It was like it's one of those like you see the
Little
5-man
window.
ulti and it's perfect, but like the we would just I think the initial call was we were playing it slow, and so I think I was trying to set up our vision in case like someone TP down behind us, and it was just kind of like a panic follow up through.
Yeah, that's
All
what we were
right.
kind of figuring. All right, so I got a final question for you, Peacemaker. It's a
Yeah.
two-part. This is your spicy moment, all right? This is your C9 fudge moment. Is there anything you want to say to the guys at TD who just took down in Game 5? And then B, is there anything you want to say to whoever you got to play in semifinals?
Uh, well, I think TD y'all played well. Like it was close. Y'all in congrats on not letting us 3-0 you guys. Um, uh, like yeah.
Wow.
No, like I thought they pulled it through. Like I think they did it. They played really well. Like the game 3 and 5. And to to the future, I guess like our future opponent, like we're coming for you. we got
All right, all right.
against
Nice.
All right, you heard it here, folks. They're coming for you. All right, Peacemaker, thanks so much for taking the time to come and talk to us.
Thanks for
Yes,
having
thank
Everybody
us.
who
you.
tuned into the stream, thank you so much for supporting CB. Thank you so much for supporting CB. Again, we'd appreciate it if you took some time to check out what our partners have to offer with Player One Coffee Labs and Rogue
Yes.
Energy. Don't forget to check out our store to get some sweet CB Rangers merch. Brock tells me I'm a fake fan, but I never took it off, even when you were playing like crap. All right.
Yes, that is true. I'm gonna vouch for him on this one. He wrote it the whole time.
But we will see you on the next CB stream. Thank you so much for sticking with us on this banger of a series, and hopefully we get the chance to stream semifinals to you too.
Yeah.
We'll catch you later.